Good morning. As we know, we have pretty strict timelines for undertaking these presentations, and I will also be the timekeeper for this set of presentations. My colleague Nikos Theodosiou will be undertaking the introductions. And I just want to start with some introductory comments, drawing some connections with the discussions we had yesterday to the theme of this session. To a large extent, both adaptation and mitigation policy is driven by economics and its philosophical underpinnings. Whether this is the role of the business, central banks, taxing emissions, or subsidizing renewables. Now, as a result, the nature of economics and its relation to the social sciences and moral philosophy has a critical role in addressing climate crisis and understanding also the role of education in view of the discussion we had yesterday. Now, Jeff eloquently described yesterday the critical shortcomings of economics, both classical and modern. I take a somewhat less pessimistic view on its present state and just wish to highlight some important links to ancient philosophy. Three brief points, one on the greatest happiness principle, the role of moral sentiments and institutional design. Now, the greatest happiness principle, or classical utilitarianism as we know from Bentham, John Stuart Mill, Sidgwick, continued to dominate economics. At the time, it was extraordinarily revolutionary as it completely criticized the institutions that existed at that time. Now, these classical economists, philosophers were drawing on ancient wisdom, on notions of happiness, pain, and pleasure, whether it was Aristotle, Plato, Epicurus, and I would imagine Confucius as well. Now, the second point on moral sentiments, we know that, of course, Smith touted the powers of the market system in his invisible hand, and how that would align private self-interest to broader public good. And he also was influenced by Mandeville. But at the same time, both Smith and David Hume strongly emphasized the role of moral sentiments. They saw that unless we had moral sentiments, the structure of the economy, the market system itself would not function properly. And this tradition, of course, has, as we know, its modern counterpart in Amartya Sen and Martha Nussbaum's important work on the capabilities approach, which draws heavily on Aristotle. Now, interestingly, it also finds support in behavioral economics and experimental economics. We heard yesterday about the psychological viewpoint, and of course, behavioral and environmental economics draws from that connection between cognitive science and economics, which is fundamentally changing economists' view of the nature of our understanding of the individual. And just, I need to plug this, besides ancient Greeks, there were two Greeks who were the first economists to do experiments on the behavioral model of economics. This was in the late 1940s, one was Stefan Rousseas, and independently, although a friend, the other was my father. Now, the third point was on institutional design. Aristotle, the Indian philosopher Kautilya, and from what I heard yesterday as well, Confucius, were the first to investigate how political systems can function to promote human welfare. This tradition is also very much at the heart of both classical and modern economics. In modern economics, it's known as social choice theory and mechanism design. How do we design institutions and mechanisms that actually achieve specific social goals? Now, the crisis of governments in the face of the existential challenges means more than ever that we need to draw on our ancient wisdom and modern wisdom to accelerate these important developments in economics and social sciences to meet the task that we're facing. Thanks.
Thank you, Andreas. Thank you, everyone, for joining this session today. We have been discussing for 3 days now on this very fascinating topic of on the connection between ancient wisdom and how we can use ancient wisdom to deal with modern challenges. And we are very lucky that we still have 3 more sessions today to continue our discussions. One of the, it's without doubt that one of the main challenges of modern times is climate change. We are all subject to the consequences of climate change. We are going to hear a lot of things about climate change today, but the main issue of our session is how we can implement the education and the means of education in order to make people understand the need to participate and make the change in our common effort to deal with climate change. So the topic of this session is climate change, education, and ethics. Ethics is a topic that keeps coming back during our discussions in the last 3 days, and I find it very interesting and fascinating. And I mean, it's not something that one can take for granted, that ethics is related to climate change. But yet, as we have seen and as we understood with the discussions of the past 3 days, ethics is a main issue. It's a very important issue, a very important factor in order to take rational decisions to deal even with this modern challenge of climate change. So, without further ado, we are going to start this session. We are starting with a small paradox. We are welcoming our host today, Professor Xerofos. Thank you very much for all that you have done for this meeting, but also in the scientific field, especially the scientific field of climate change. I don't think that Professor Xerofos needs any introduction. He's one of the best scientists that we have in our times, especially in the topics of climate change. And it's a great honor and we wait for great anticipation to hear his introduction about climate change. Professor Xerofos, the floor is yours. It has always been yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, both chairs. I have done nothing. Everything has been done by Phoebe and Jeff, or Jeff and Phoebe. We had a god called Ianos. He had 2 faces. So the organization is due to the modern Ianos, Jeffrey and Phoebe, or Phoebe and Jeffrey. It depends on how much you want to rotate the statue or not. So it is interesting to remember in such an occasion that Aristotle was the first to mention climate. In fact, he invented the term. And he wrote a wonderful book, Meteorologica, where he describes the basic phenomena from meteorology, hydrology, and geophysics that he has been able to observe, and he tried to explain them by using only 4 elements: earth, air, water, and fire. Talking about fire, at his time, the myth of Prometheus, and I have been asked by my dear friend, Dr. Sofianou, to to tell you a few words on that fire. So fire, we know all it is important, but at the time of Aristotle, it was even more. So the myth starts up on the left. You can see his mother's sorrow after she saw in her dream the adventure of her son. And the adventure is described in the following scenes. To the right, Apollo comes with his chariot, bringing the sun, and the night, she is leaving to give him the place for the earth, and the goddess Athena, to the far right, she encourages Prometheus to steal the fire from the sparks in the wheel of Apollo's chariot. Then after getting the fire, which is the energy, he created to the right, he created the man. So instead of Adam and Eve, nothing is mentioned. There is no Phoebe, there's no Eve here. I'm sorry. But it's only the man as the total human existence. So he created that. And then we jump to the other wall, so-called the east wall of this building. And you can see that Prometheus brought the fire, the light, the warmth, and the wisdom to the people whom he was the creator. Therefore, Jupiter, who is above me, showing the clash of the Titans, because Jupiter had to win the battle, the battle against the Titans, and he won. He was so upset that that little tiny person, Prometheus, did all that, created other people, and made them with wisdom, the Homo sapiens, maybe. He condemned him, and he was chained in Caucasus mountain, and there was an eagle eating his liver every day, and the liver has been replenished at night. So this martyr, Prometheus, was the first martyr on earth. And then Athena, goddess Athena, she was his protector. And she called Hercules to unchain him. And you can see in the far right the liberation of Prometheus, and Athena, together with Hercules, they promoted him to the apotheosis, which is above. So above you can see again Zeus, Jupiter, with Hera and all the other immortals, and Prometheus being immortalized because of all that story. It is the only fresco here, painted by a famous Austrian painter, where the trilogy by Aeschylus, the tragedy, which is Prometheus, Pyrphoros, bringing fire, Prometheus chained, Thesmotis, and the apotheosis of Prometheus. So going back to Aristotle and going back to his time, he tried to explain all phenomena using only 4 elements. Of course, this was a difficult task. he arrived at the first conclusion in his book, saying that climates on Earth are not stable. And it's written in Greece here that the same regions on Earth are neither always wet, not always dry, are not always hot, and not always cold. But they change from hot to cold and vice versa, or from wet to dry. And there must be some curious mechanism behind these changes. So he implied some kind of circular or cyclic change without a constant period, without mentioning anything else, but he's giving examples for these changes from the Sahara and from the Argolis, where it was the Mycenaean civilization, which as the archaeologists and historians of you know that there is some theory. I'm sorry, it will take a little more because I started late. I started 1:45. I was saying that Snodgrass and Carpenter, his student, they published a thesis 40 years ago describing and implying that the Mycenaean civilization has fallen because of a prolonged drought. And it is very possible, we have studied such scenarios with our models now. You'll see results from our models, and it is possible that this has happened. So the long tradition that Aristotle visited by asking here and there, it's there. Now let's go to the next slide, which is actually the mean temperature averaged all over the Mediterranean for the past 120 years. This is the best series that we could get for all the Med, and you can see that at the beginning of the 20th century, we had an average temperature of about 15 degrees centigrade. This has increased to 17 degrees centigrade in the last decade. So actually there is an increase already of 2 degrees centigrade all over the Mediterranean. Of course, it's much more than what it is in our planet, which is a little bit more than 1 degree centigrade. And this is why in all the reports of IPCC, the Mediterranean has been named under the name of hotspot. Don't be ambitious, Andreas. You'll wait and see. The next slide shows how the temperatures evolve under two scenarios. The scenario from the Paris Agreement is on the left, and the scenario, the wild scenario of doing nothing is to the right. And you can see that as time goes by, the poles and the Eucratic latitudes in Europe and in Asia and in the US are all heated by unprecedented rates of heating, and the result is really frightening, particularly for the case of doing nothing. These are calculations done by the group of my friend Guy Brasseur at the Max Planck Institute in Hamburg, and it does not differ significantly from the very recent findings and the video that has been published in Glasgow. The important and worrying thing here is that on the left you can see what will happen in about 80 years from now if we follow the Paris Agreement, and to the right is if we don't follow it. The frightening thing is that if you warm very much the pole, then you really change the whole engine of the atmosphere-Earth system. So the circulation and the extreme weather events could be doubled in intensity and frequency of occurrence, or even become 10 times worse than the situation today. The last model comes from NOAA, my former place of work in the US, and you can see the changes that have happened in Africa, particularly in that little square in the middle shows what happens in rainfall in Sahel, which created the first eco-refugees. And if as time goes by, now the next decade, you can see that Sahel will become even worse than it used to be. And at the end, you can see that the whole of Northern Africa and the Mediterranean will be threatened by aridity. And in fact, the aridity index and the desertification threat is the highest risk in our area. To finish, I would like to tell you the following. From simple ideas in Aristotle, for instance, naming climate from the inclination of the sun. To incline is klino, and dividing the earth into 7 climates at his time, it was a great idea. It was also a great idea that these climates are not stable as could have been thought by the later philosophers, particularly the Christian philosophers, which considered that Aristotle was the most suitable philosopher to follow, not Plato, and that at that time it was actually, I mean, in the Middle Ages, it was adopted as a panacea of knowledge. No, knowledge has been expanded. We now know that Aristotle knew the best he could, and today we know that we have these threats that no one, even a tragedy of Aeschylus or any one of the big writers could ever imagine. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Xenophos, for sharing all this valuable information with us. It's really impressive, all this research that is being done on climate change, and I hope that people can understand the what is coming and how we need to act and react in order to avoid the worst scenarios. Because, unfortunately, they are not. They are possible scenarios. They are not impossible scenarios. Exactly. In this session, we will try to establish a balance between applied sciences and philosophy, although, as Jeff emphasized yesterday, balance is not a stable situation. But yet, we are going to try to see this, to implement this balance. And our next speaker, I'm not sure it's online, okay. Professor Katia Vogt from Columbia University, Professor of Philosophy, will try to tell us about Stoic cosmopolitanism.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me? Does it work?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. So I want to start, like everyone else, for thanking Jeff Sachs and Phoebe and really everyone among the amazing organizer team for creating this unique conference that is so interdisciplinary in ways that I think, rarely experienced, if ever. So thank you for doing all this. And I also want to thank you for including me remotely. Athens is kind of my favorite city, and I so regret that I cannot be there. So thank you all for making this possible. Okay, so my topic is Stoic cosmopolitanism, and we've heard a lot about Aristotle yesterday, and like many other people, I love Aristotle, but I do think that the Stoics have something to contribute to, especially those kinds of discussions that we have today in environmental ethics, ethical questions that relate to climate change. So in a sense, even though, as you just said, this session is a mix of science and philosophy, I hope that in some sense, what I have to say speaks quite directly to the questions that were already raised. My proposal, so there is a handout, but don't worry if you don't have it, it's not very important. My kind of proposal is that the Stoics have answers to a kind of deadlock that exists in today's discussions in environmental ethics. They defend two commitments, which I think we should also embrace today. One of them is what they call cosmopolitanism, which is quite different from any kind of modern vision of a world state or anything like that. That is not the idea. The idea is that whether you live in Athens, those of you who are lucky enough to live in Athens, or whether you live in New York City or wherever, really more fundamentally, you live in the world. That is the idea of the world as our habitat. We human beings are beings who live in the world. And the second commitment is that we need a science-based ethics, that our actions should be informed by our best theories. And that is an idea that is not very prominent in at least how Aristotle's ethics is discussed nowadays. Nowadays, there's a lot of attention to the so-called virtues of character in Aristotle. But all of the ancients, and very prominently the Stoics, defend knowledge as absolutely essential to a well-lived human life. And in a sense, that is that is one of my main reasons for being interested in the Stoics. So questions that are contested today in environmental ethics concern what is called the moral standing of everything other than human beings. So people ask, have animals moral standing? Have plants moral standing? And one type of position says, well, really only human beings have moral standing. And if there are any moral obligations or whatever towards non-human beings, then they are derivative. So for example, we may have obligations to animals because animals are useful for human beings, or obligations to plants because they are useful for human beings or beautiful for human beings. But whatever obligations we have are in some sense derivative. Another position says, no, animals and plants also have some kind of moral standing of their own. What we owe them is not derivative to what we owe human beings. However, both of these positions have been charged with looking at things from the human perspective and being in some sense egoistic or speciesist, as this is put, or anthropocentric. Now, why both of these positions? The first position, kind of obviously, if you say only human beings have moral standing, then okay, you are looking at this from a human point of view. That's obvious why that might be charged with anthropocentrism. The second position, however, is also subject to the same charge. Why? Because when people argue that, for example, animals have some kind of moral standing, then typically they do that based on similarities with human beings. So animals have moral standing because they share some of our cognitive faculties, or because they also feel pain or something like that. And again, it looks like we are kind of wedded just to our human perspective, and that may be a problem. Now, the Stoics would add, or from a Stoic perspective, one could add two further objections or charges against the kind of standard views in environmental ethics today. One of them I call the stones charge. And by that, I mean that when we do environmental ethics, we are not in fact only concerned with animals and plants, we are also concerned with stones and sand and water and so on. And that doesn't seem to come up at all. Moreover, there is an objection that I call the world charge. And here the idea is that when we do environmental ethics, it is also not true that we are only concerned with particular items in the world. We are also concerned with the world. We want to somehow preserve the world. And the world seems somehow like a valuable and amazing thing. And where does that fit in? And so that doesn't seem to fit into today's discussion in environmental ethics. I want to propose that at least some ideas in Stoic philosophy can help us here. So here are two components of Stoic physics, which I think are quite compelling. One is that we should think of the world and us in it in terms of a part-whole relationship. So philosophers are very interested in, different ways in which one may think of parts and wholes, but the details are not important for now. The point is just that human beings, plants, animals, stones, sand, whatever, all of that are parts of a whole, and the whole is the world. The world is understood as a system, as a living being, as a complex system with components. That's the first premise from Stoic physics I want to mention. The second premise from Stoic physics I want to mention is that the Stoics do not think that thereby all components of the world are just the same. Rather, they defend a kind of ranking, I put that in quotation marks, of components of the world based on how things move. Things like stones and sand and so on can only be moved externally from the outside. Plants move by the movement of growth, animals move guided by perception, and human beings move guided by reason, their own reasoning. So those kind of differences provide the Stoics with the tools to come up with what I want to defend, or what I defend in my work, as three sets of norms, three sets of types of obligations or moral demands, ethical demands that we are subject to. The first of these norms I call norms of justice, and they apply really only among human beings. The Stoics think that justice doesn't make sense if there isn't a relationship of peers. So you need a fellow reasoner, another human being, for there to be norms of justice. They're not going to be norms of justice, let's say, between me and a palm tree. However, that doesn't mean that only the relations between human beings are subject to normative constraints. The second type of norms that the Stoics envisage, and they are really fundamental to their whole outlook, are called, or I call them, norms of belonging. And here the idea is that every component of the world, so we should relate to every component of the world in ways that are governed by our recognition of them being parts of the world just as we are parts of the world. So ultimately, we need to relate to all components of the world, whether that is sand or human beings, as kind of fellow components of the world. Third, there are norms of parthood, as I call that, and they are also really important. The thought is here that it is a radical shift in self-conception to see oneself as merely a part of a whole. And that goes to the things that Jeffrey Sachs mentioned yesterday about sort of some of the aberrations of modern moral philosophy, that human beings were envisaged as separate individuals, as it were, as if any of us could exist in a completely sort of cut off way. And the kind of, but the shift that is called for, if one were to think of oneself as a part of a complex whole, is deep and fundamental. And the Stoics think that it takes a lot of work in studying nature, doing science, to really come to see oneself as an integrated part of a whole. And that is also a kind of reply to the anthropocentrism charge, because that means that ultimately you see the world and not human beings as the worthiest, most valuable, best kind of being, and yourself merely as a part of it. So upshot, to return by way of conclusion to what I called a knowledge-based ethics, the Stoics, based on these kinds of ideas, the Stoics think that we need a deep shift in how we teach the sciences. We should not, we really need scientific literacy. That is not separate from ethics. That is fundamental to how we relate to the world. But we also need to teach the sciences in a way that is not merely, as you may put it, cognitive. We need to teach the sciences in ways that offer opportunities for people to come to love the world and to come to relate to it affectively as what we belong to, what we as it were jointly belong to, because that is going to be the basis of how we should ethically relate to the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation and this very interesting approach and analysis. Now, Professor Suzuki will try to help us understand the connection or the contribution of Eastern and Western philosophy on understanding our responsibility for the environment. Professor?
So firstly, I have Japanese accent in English. So if I've already provided my whole paper in Dropbox, if my English is not really incomprehensible, please just open my draft like this. Yeah, thank you. It is a great honor and pleasure to participate in this truly meaningful and exciting interdisciplinary workshop. Comparative history and philosophy around the 7th to 3rd century BC, the so-called Axial Age in ancient China and Greece. The primary purpose of my presentation is to offer a broad picture of environmental thought in these two civilizations and illustrate what I think is an important difference in their views of human responsibilities for environment, by especially comparing Sun Tzu, who is one of the most influential early Confucian political philosophers, with Aristotle, the political and natural philosopher representative to Greece. Establishing a community that is harmonious with the surrounding environment has been the crucial task for humans for their own survival since they started to settle in a location close to large rivers and develop agricultural system in addition to gathering and hunting. Humans began to domesticate natural resources available for their own benefit, including trees, grains, grasses, fruits, as well as sheep, birds, pigs, goats, and horses. On the other hand, nature was at the same time the greatest threat for them. It frequently caused calamities by flood, drought, earthquake, and tsunami, as well as wild beasts and noxious insects, and jeopardized human lives and societies. While humans fundamentally rely on what the environment bestows on them, they also have to protect themselves from its dangers. The ancients never experienced the environmental problems we are currently facing. They did, however, constantly suffer from unseasonal weather, exploitation of natural resources, food deficiency, pestilence, and disparity with rich and poor. In early China, economic interest and environmental concerns are closely connected. The earliest extant texts such as Book of Changes, Book of Oaths, Book of Rights, Riezu, Huandi Neijin, Guanzu, Liu Shicun Tzu, Huainan Zu, record various versions of ancient myths of divine spirit and legendary figures, including Fu Xi, Shenlong, Huandi, and Hou-Ji. They learned from the environment and acquired practical skills and knowledge useful for making fire, distinguishing the edible and the inedible, hunting, utilizing animals, cultivating soil, producing food, timbers, and clothes, as well as developing medical, dietary, and herbal therapy. The chaotic state of the world before the age of archaic sages, such as Yao, Shun, and Yu, is depicted by Mencius, a well-known Confucius follower before Xunzi, as follows. The vast water often overflowed the channels and inundated the state. Weeds and trees were thickly grown, while grains withered up. Wild animals proliferated and intimidated human lives. Snakes, dragons, tigers, leopard, rhinoceroses, and elephant freely and unpredictably swam through or walked across people's dwellings. Mencius especially praised the use of water management. By correctly understanding the nature of water and with technical devices and engineering, not forcefully controlling, but transforming the flow from the original paths that bring harm to alternative paths that create benefit for humans. The history of sages' accomplishment is often presented as constant struggles against the ferocious invasions and the overwhelming violence of wilderness, as well as the efficient use of the resources to protect and nurture their people. Xunzi therefore thinks that the main role of sages is to establish a triad properly united with heaven and earth. By rightly responding to the seasonal cycle and the periodic transformation of the world. Natural events are beyond human control. It is worthless for a ruler and governmental officials to try to change it. Rather, they should prepare sufficient stored away in the granaries and effective and flexible countermeasures against unexpected disasters. There is a clear division between the work of heaven and the work of humans. Sages keenly discern the scope of their responsibility and concentrate on what humans should accomplish, i.e., operating a social political structure in which everyone in a state is allocated to appropriate positions to collaboratively work for a common good. Xunzi thus thinks that the government should attend the nature of human rather than that of the other beings. The original human nature is wild and require accumulated cultivation and culturalization based on learning traditional rituals and righteousness. Especially righteous rituals help people to clarify and comprehend their interhuman relations based on ranks and roles to establish an orderly society together. Unlike Taoist authors and Mencius, Xunzi is not optimistic about people's selfishness. If these negative tendencies are left uneducated, people's desire increase without limitation and cause chaos and poverty. Such an economic view is, on the other hand, missing on the Greek side. Although Hesiod's works and they extol an agrarian life and the hard work of farmers, as Xenophon's Oikonomia and Book 1 of Plato's Republic discuss, material prosperity was a correlatory battle for Greek philosophers. They are more interested in understanding the primary cause and the mechanism of natural phenomena, such that Thales and Hesiodus try to explain why the Nile in Egypt regularly causes flood only in summer. Both Plato and Aristotle inherited the tendency from Ionian thinkers, such as Anaximander, Anaximenes, Xenophanes, Heraclitus, Anaxagoras, and also Pythagoreans. Plato depicts the universe as a single organic living beings, created by a craftsman god, demiurge. The universe physically embraces all living creatures, including humans, each of which constitute part of the whole. Timaeus, an expert in astronomy, hypothesizes that not only planets in the sky, but also all other perceptible things, including plants, insects, and animals, are useful for humans to contemplate the order of the universe. Plato here attempts to give a coherent account of microcosmic order on the different levels of the universe, nature, the city, and the human body. Again, the Hippocratic on airs, water, and places, Plato's laws, and Aristotle's politics and meteorology investigate the impact of the environmental conditions on human body, virtue, and society. Aristotle maintains that a lawgiver, a founder of a city, has to select the location ecologically appropriate for his citizens' health, fertility, and natural character to found a virtuous city, since human, society, and political rules are a product of nature. The most substantial and significant contributions for understanding the environment are possibly Aristotle's biological work, including parts of animals, history of animals, generation of animals, and botanical studies conducted by his pupil, Theophrastus. Aristotle thinks that investigation into other animate and inanimate beings, their respective functions and collectively contribute to an ultimate end. All beings have intellectual rather than material values for us from which we learn the structure of the world. Having this major characteristic different in mind, what would Shunzu and Aristotle respectively suggest for an environmental policy? Shunzu may propose the establishment of a social political institute in which a healthy attitude towards material benefit and an understanding of the impact of one's own economic behavior on the environment are appreciated. Aristotle, on the other hand, might encourage each of us to learn about the lives of non-human beings more deeply in order to reflect on our own flourishing and orderly life. Both Shunzu and Aristotle think that humans are special in the sense that they have the intellectual and practical capacities to fulfill their responsibilities in the cosmic and natural order. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Suzuki, for this very interesting presentation. As we said, our main topics of discussion are climate change, ethics, and education. And Professor Ram Fishman can maybe enlighten us on this connection between education and climate change.
Good morning. I would like to start by expressing my gratitude to the organizers, to the hosts. I feel, for me, somebody like me, to be able to spend 4 days with you and to get beginner-friendly introductions to such a host of fascinating insights, philosophies from experts is really a true privilege, and I'm really grateful for it. There's not that much that I am able to offer from a scholarly point of view. I'm a very applied economist, but I would like to share a few thoughts about whether and how some of the ideas we discuss can be integrated into our educational systems. So I would like to start by echoing some of the lessons we've been learning here, which turn out to be very, very universal. We've heard about them in Aristotelian context, in the Confucian context, but they are familiar to us from many other traditions. And one of the main lessons that we have heard about here is that a good life is not just about fulfillment of desires, but it's about a lifelong, arduous process of practice and self-reflection, which can generate the kind of qualities, the kind of mental attitudes that are required for a good life. I think many of us would agree that in this time of, when addressing the climate change from its core, we also feel there is a need for a change in the mindset, in the same kind of qualities we need to expand our identification, our solidarity, to new scales, to global scales, foresight, temperance. All of these have become very relevant to addressing the very practical crisis we are facing. And since training is a big part of that, one would expect that our educational system would play a major role in cultivating this process. And I think we need to ask ourselves whether the system of education, both higher education, primary, secondary education, really engages us in going through a process like that. Similarly, we have also learned that the good life entails virtuous action. And again, this is a very universal message. here too, from the point of view of addressing the climate change and more broadly the sustainable development challenge, there is so much work that needs to be done. Practical work that is also science-based and innovation-based. Again, something that our educational system, one might think, would engage us in, but we have to ask to what extent our existing education system actually engages us in a practical way in societal problems. I think that, by and large, the answer to those questions is not sufficiently, not enough. I have went through 2 degrees of science without ever having been asked to go through a minimal basic training in ethics. Even when that is available, I think there is a lot of emphasis on formal knowledge in academic training. But ancient wisdom tells us that experiential knowledge is also very important. To what extent our education system forces us or encourages us to engage in that experiential personal inner journey? I think very little. I know there are many initiatives that are taking place, but by and large, I think it's still very limited. Zeno, the founder of the Stoic philosophy, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, has said that real philosophers are judged by how they behave and not just by what they say. And the connect between knowledge and action and personal conduct, I think, has been very weakened in our times. As a faculty member, the expectations of my personal conduct are very limited. In fact, they don't seem to be any higher than that of anybody else in society. Universities do not seem to be expected anymore to be to provide examples of higher conduct. And in terms of service to society, again, there is a feeling this is not a core part of our training. One would think that maybe in higher education, academia would force all of us to engage in some kind of a service to society directly as a core part of our training. I do not believe that is the case. And my impression also is that in society, we academics are often perceived as being disconnected from society, aloof, not sufficiently grounded in real problems and real solutions. So I don't know how to solve these challenges. Actually, sitting here and listening to all of your talks made me think maybe one nice contribution that this kind of a forum can provide is maybe to create a course that would expose students to the essence of ethics in different kinds of systems of thought, ancient systems of thought. I think that would be wonderful. Perhaps such a course exists, but something that would be available to universities around the world. But what I would like to share with you in a few words are some of the attempts we are making on the more practical side of things. So we are trying to develop an approach which the explicit and formal training in ethics and personal development, I think, is very important. In addition to that, some of the ways we are trying to work on this is to implicitly integrate that kind of process of personal development into the more conventional form of scientific and technical training and education. So making it implicitly integrated into that existing forms of. So in the higher education system, in academia, we are focused on applied action research. And that is not something that is new. It's very common. There are many programs, but we try to make it like at the core of our training. We establish a new master's program that really what it tries to do is recruit what might be the best qualified human resource on the planet and also the most underutilized. So our students, some brilliant students around the world, spend 3-4 years of their lives sitting in classrooms when the world is falling apart. There is so much work that needs to be done. Much of that work needs to be science-based, and many of our students have skills that could be relevant in a very applied way to help our communities, governments, to do something practical about issues of climate change and sustainable development. I think that is a complete waste, especially in an age where much of what we can offer in the classroom is easily accessible without our presence. So the idea here is, how do we recruit students to make scientific, meaningful, and practical contribution to the sustainable development agenda? So just as one example, I know there are many other programs like that around the world. We have established a dedicated master's program, which I think is entirely focused on preparing students to carry out a real project in the world. In our particular case, it's international development. That is my personal discipline, but it could apply everywhere. There is so much other practical work needs to be done. And in our case, the students are actually becoming a bridge with the world of technical innovation, technologies, and local communities. Again, in our case, it's in low-income countries, but that is, could be expanded more broadly. I just want to show you just a few photos, and especially this one, because this particular photo gives me a great pleasure, because here we have students from Tel Aviv University and from Amrita University in Kerala, India, working together in Tanzania, in this case on monitoring water quality. And I mention Amrita University here because it's a partner that is also inspirational in that way, as a university that tries to combine scholarship with public service. But also in the primary and secondary education system, we are trying to make some attempts to think about how that educational system can also go through similar kind of process. And the starting point for that is that schools are actually both educational institutions, but are also economic units. And schools around the world need to supply their students with energy, clean water, and food. This is something we may forget in schools in high-income countries in which clean water is to be taken for granted, but in many low and middle-income countries, this is a challenge for schools to provide good food, clean water, and renewable energy. So we realize that schools are both economic units and educational system, and as such could be sites for the early deployment of novel technologies. Innovative technologies that can provide these goods through renewable energy at low cost, etc. It could be sandboxes for innovations where such technologies could be deployed, and at the same time utilized for educational processes, including technological education through working with these technologies, conducting experiments. This is a picture from, again, we do it in low-income countries, and then we realize this doesn't have to be limited. But this is a picture we took in Kenya, where students do agricultural experiments by taking the output from a biogas burner that also provides energy to the school for their cooking needs. So the idea is to create a science and technological curriculum around that, and how the way it relates to what we discussed is that we have the wish and the vision of creating network of schools like that. Every school around the world needs to supply energy. Some do not have any energy source. Some are using fossil fuels to generate that energy. So there is something very universal about this. And we imagine that students in schools around the world, as part of the curricula that is based on that, also share the data. So it's all coming through science, but it will cultivate the kind of interaction that can help appreciate others' needs, others' experiences in a global sense. So those are the kind of things we are trying to do, and I would really learning from all of this ancient wisdom should be integrated and guide us in the process, because one thing I can guarantee you, that when we go through these kind of endeavors, it becomes a very challenging personal development journey, not just for the students, but also for faculty. But it's meaningful, and I believe it's a way we should go. We're looking for partners. I'm sure there are many other programs that do similar things, and we would love to be able to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for introducing this very interesting topic of education, the need to educate, to include in our education all these very interesting topics. I'm very glad that the next three speakers actually come from my university, the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and I think that's an honor. We are trying to honor Aristotle. They come from three different disciplines. We are going to start with Professor Skouras, who unfortunately he could not travel to Athens due to COVID issue, but I hope he's online. Is he online?
Yes, yes. I'm online. Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr.
Morning.
Chairman, thank you very much for your good words. First of all, I would like to thank very much Professor Jeffrey Sachs and all the organizers for this kind invitation. Second, to say that I'm sorry that I'm not with you due to coronavirus family implications. And third, to thank you for the time given to me to talk online. In the next few minutes, I will try to make a long story very short by giving a few examples of biological complexity, or in other words, the complexity of the phenomenon of life. So please, I would like to share my screen. Now I think that you can see the screen. So biological complexity of genotype, environment, and phenotype. Let's give some definitions. What is a genotype in biology of an organism? It's its complete set of genetic material. In other words, the complete nucleotide sequencing of the whole DNA or RNA. Environment, by speaking biophysically, it's the biotic and abiotic surrounding, varying scale from microscopic to global in extent, and includes the factors that have an influence in survival, development, and evolution. Phenotype, from the other side, is the set of observable characteristics or traits of an organism, including the morphology or physical form and structure, developmental processes, biochemical and physiological properties, behavior, and of course the products of behavior. Evolution and diversity. Life is an incredible variety, an endless diversity, a vast biodiversity, and continuous interaction. No two organisms, plants or animals are the same. No two organisms are the same. No two sperms or ovums are the same. None of the 7.5 to 8 billion people on Earth are the same. These different characteristics tend to exist within any given population as a result of mutation, of genetic recombination, and other environmental factors, sources producing genetic variation. So that the most important thing is the interactions of genotype, environment, and phenotype. Life on Earth, evolution and biodiversity. Universe, 13.7 billion years ago. The formation of Earth, 7.6 billion years ago. The formation of life, 3.7 billion years ago, and the humans of the newest known beings. Symbiosis, from the very ancient forms of life, from archaea, bacteria, endosymbiosis, and you can see the complexity to get up. Now we have the animal cells, the plant cells, and the organism, and the biodiversity we know. And as Lynn Margulis said, we are living in symbiotic planet. We will not forget this one, symbiotic planet. We are living in the era of phomics. In other words, of high throughput approaches of the biological systems. And we have this metabolomics, rheumatic, proteomics, transcriptomics, genomics, and so on. The omics analysis reveals the structure and architecture of the genetic material, the similarity of biological systems through evolution, the direct correlation of genetic diversity with the phenotype, but also the decisive contribution of the environment, hopes for more effective treatments, early diagnosis and prognosis, the overall theories about racial discrimination and genetic predisposition based on hereditary characteristics. The way, now we know the way the environment through cellular mechanism communicates with genomes in a cell. We are calling in biology signal transduction. And it's the item, let's say, the issue of systems biology. So here we have a cell, here we have the membrane, here we have the receptors. We know about the receptors due to the COVID conditions. extracellular and intracellular environment. So from the receptors, from the outside of the cell, from the environmental factors, or the environmental factors go through the receptors and regulate the genes and also the proliferation of a cell, and goes out. So it's a very extreme and complicated story, this one. Genotype, signal transduction, the environment of the cell, and the production of cell structures and functions, which is the phenotype. And the cell, the unit of life, full of complexity. We don't stay for long with this slide. Ecosystems, balance and disorders, biochemical cycles and ecosystems. How important is the cycles of hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, carbon, phosphorus in nature? A lot. But don't forget that these elements are the main elements of the molecules of life, of RNA and DNA. Microorganisms, plants, animals, humans, environment, interactions, a continuous interaction of parts and cells, starting from electron to electron until to population, ecosystem, and so on. All these interactions are making life. And as Aristotle said, or to interpret Aristotle, life is a continuous interaction of parts in the environment in which they live. Life. According to biology, life is the cell organization of matter to function, develop, reproduce, evolve. Here you can see some pictures of what we're talking about. The life is the most complex system faced never in human mind. Under some calculations, this system, the biological system, is 1,000 more complex than the system of the universe. Evolution of life. As much as we understand the interactions of genotype, environment, and phenotype, so much we will understand the biological systems, the phenomenon of life in all its forms, from polymorphism to biodiversity, from bacteria to humans. And we will appreciate every form of life and our life on our hospitable planet. But for how much longer? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Skouras, for reminding us of our part in our planet and the need to survive and to maintain life in the biological sense in our planet, and not just for humans, but for all the species, because it's not just us, the inhabitants of the planet.
We must understand, Nikos, that life is not only our lives. That's for sure.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your
I
question.
would like to call now Professor Katsifarakis, again from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, to give us another aspect of everyday life, the one related to water management.
Let me do the best possible with the microphones. First, I would like to thank the organizers of this excellent event, all of them. I would like to thank Professor Theodosiou for his introduction. He's one of my best colleagues in Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. My presentation will be somehow technical, but not that technical. It is about management of rainwater and local groundwater resources in urban areas, and most importantly, shedding new light to old knowledge. What we know from ancient times, water is the best, but gold stands out blazing like fire at night beyond haughty wealth. I would actually think that but there is wrong. It should be although, but this is not our case. In any case, this is what Pindar stated many years ago. Then we have popular wisdom. There is a Greek proverb warning us for the destructive power of water. Στο θεριό και στο νερό πρέπει να αφήνεις δρόμο. You should always allow a way out to wild beasts and to water. And the old man in the photo is late Manolis Glezos, probably the most important figure of modern Greece. Anyway, this popular saying could be a principle of hydraulic works construction, and it is just popular wisdom. What we are doing wrong? We are doing wrong many things. One of them is urbanization. Urbanization, I cannot say for good or for bad, in any case is a global trend with adverse effects on water resources. And these effects include increase of surface runoff. That is, as the ground surface becomes impermeable, this is the main cause behind it, no water can infiltrate the ground and replenish aquifers, but it just moves quickly away, and on this way it becomes polluted, and also it destroys, probably by flooding, our buildings, our infrastructure. And of course we have an indirect effect, which is the so-called thermal island phenomenon. I mean, you know that in big cities we have 1 or 2 degrees higher temperatures than in other areas of the earth, and that makes things even worse for the inhabitants of these areas. So there is a need to manage rainwater in urban areas, and the main way to do that is to just try to move it away from the urban area to avoid all flooding, etc. And this is so that we have to construct networks. And I should like to stress, because it's probably my talk would leave different, probably someone would misunderstand my talk, is that an efficient sewer network is a prerequisite for proper urban development. In third world, the first thing that we have to do is to supply water and then to drain water and carry polluted water away from urban areas. But these networks are not the panacea, because we have cost restrictions, and because also with this mentality we probably throw away useful water resources. And you can see here what I mean by that. This is temporary failure of a sewer system of a developed country. Okay? And then what is the modern attitude is that we have to, the word integrated goes everywhere. Integrated rainwater management in this case. So we have such certain methods that will act as supplement to the networks. And these are rain gardens, tree box filters, green roofs, permeable pavements and pavers, and of course rain barrels, tanks, and cisterns. The terminology is definitely new. Most technical details are inevitably new, but the basic ideas are rather old. And this is my main point here. And I can prove that by saying a few words about rain collection, which is actually a very long story. I give you an example. Small Aegean islands are the most typical island example of our area, because rainwater collection used to be the main source of water. The tiny island of Castellorizo used to support 5,000 people. It's unimaginable. They could not bring clean water. They didn't have desalination, but they managed by rain collection mainly to provide enough water for all these inhabitants. And in the case of the islands, the rainwater quality can be rather good because they use traditional building materials, and also the atmospheric pollution is rather low, contrary to what happens with large cities, where we should be very careful regarding the quality of rain runoff. And what is the central idea of these methods is that we should try to restore natural processes in urban environments. And there are particular individual goals, like reduction of total runoff, reduction of the peak of the runoff, to store rainwater in order to cover low quality water demand, and to replenish aquifers, and of course to reduce property damage and activity disruption from flooding, and also to improve the quality of rain runoff. And a parallel target is to upgrade of urban or suburban landscape and life quality. And as I said before, they are not substitutes to sewer networks. They are complementary to sewer networks, and their use may even be beneficial from the economic, financial point of view. I'll skip details about rain gardens, which is the main method. I just say one word. They are like common gardens, but they collect water from a broader area around them, which is impermeable. Okay, and there are many assets, and there are many certain criteria, because always have restricted budget. How can we decide the priorities? And among them is efficiency, as always, upgrading of degraded areas, minimization of required additional cost, and of course land ownership. Public land is our first choice, or municipal land. And I give you two examples of such possible sites in my hometown, Thessaloniki. One is Ivanov Park. Ivanov was a hero of the Polish-Greek hero of the Greek resistance against the Nazis. And also here, I don't know if I can probably show this, you can see some ancient tombs back there, whenever in this photo. And also we have an area, a degraded area, close to monument of the city of Thessaloniki, which is the Byzantine walls of the city. A relevant issue is shallow groundwater as water resource and as a nuisance. If the groundwater level is high, you have just to pump water, throw it away in order to avoid flooding. But this is a waste both of water and of energy. And we know that in older times we perceived groundwater as a benefit. This is the case, a typical example rather, is Thessaloniki, which was an urban center for more than 2,000 years, and not always a thriving one, we should have that in mind. And still there are some traditional wells, not used of course, remaining in the city. Now we just pump water from our basements and throw it away. This is not a good practice in any case. And there is one step further, a possibility of meeting low-level energy demand. We know that there is an intimate relationship, it was mentioned already, between energy and water resources at large and small scale. For instance, the hydrological cycle is just a solar distillation of planetary scale, okay? But particularly regarding shallow aquifers, we can use them as geothermal, low enthalpy geothermal energy resources. And we can then use the same water for secondary uses like flushing toilets or irrigation and things like that. That would be a perfect match if we can do that. And my conclusions, from an engineering point of view, central facilities such as water supply and sewer networks are essential for urban areas. The sixth of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, clean water and sanitation, cannot be achieved without their existence and proper functioning, of course. An adverse effect, though, is negligence of small local resources, which would be very useful in a supplementary way. In a more general sense, a balance between centralized and decentralized management should be sought to achieve the overall optimum. It seems that the Aristotelian principle of mesotis, whatever is the translation in English, should be applied in this case as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kosfarakis, for emphasizing the need to protect and respect and manage rationally this so valuable natural resource, vital for our lives. The next speaker is another esteemed professor from my university, the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Professor Zabaniotou. Professor, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Jeffrey Sachs. Thank you very much, Phoebe, for inviting me to this very special, very unique workshop. I'm very happy that this workshop starts in Athens, in Greece. We have discussed things in other countries, but this has to start here. And thank you very much, Nikos and Andreas, that you invited me to this session, which is climate change, ethics, and education. We come from education, we are engineers. I'm from an engineering school, but mostly we are faculty members and we know about education. I congratulate you for this wonderful workshop, and I hope, Jeffrey, to continue this discussion in Nisirus Island when we organize another conference next week, and it's about sustainable solutions at the time of transition. Here, what we're looking for sustainable solutions, finally. Especially, you are looking this from engineers. So, I will speak about learning and how the learning can be transformative, and design, how the design can be regenerative, because this is what we need for a sustainable future. And these are the actions, and these are what the engineers and scientists do. So I will focus mostly on engineering, but not only. We're here to discuss the ancient, to deep in the ancient wisdom. In this interdisciplinarity approach with philosophers, with historians, and what we want to do, and it's the idea, the main idea of this workshop, it's to extract knowledge and to use this knowledge in order to create the sustainable solution that we need to face the modern challenges. And I start from ecology. Ecology, it's a Greek word. I try to connect the knowledge of today with the knowledge of the old time, and there is a lot of interface and a lot that has said. Ecology. Ecology, it's Greek word. It comes from ekos, which is the home or place of living, and logos, which is study of with wisdom and truth. And finally, ecology, that is ancient Greek approach to the nature, is the study of the relations between living organisms, including humans, and their physical environments. It's the study of relation and interaction. And as the previous speakers of Aristotle University spoke about biology, we see that everything is interaction. Ecology later became a science. And today, ecology, it's the science of life processes, interaction, adaptation, flows of material and energy, the development of ecosystems, the cooperation between the different species, the abundance, biomass, and I have read some words on which I will develop my speech later, and patterns of biodiversity. Technology, again, it's a Greek word. It comes from techni, which means art, beauty plus form, and logos, wisdom. And what is technology? According to Plato or Aristotle, understanding nature by using creativity. But here we are. If we speak about science, engineering, and technology, about scientists and engineers, they can construct whatever they imagine. This is engineering. You can construct everything. If You need imagination, and then you construct. Of course, you need knowledge. But as Plato said, if science is divided from virtue, it's devilment. Which means that scientists and engineers are responsible for the world future. They are responsible of what they are doing. And here comes the ethics. And here comes the responsibility or sustainability of today. Sustainability is Latin word. It's not the ancient Greek word. Or engineering, it's not Greek word, it's Latin. But science and technology, it's Greek. And this issue of responsibility was set from that time. But not only this, I mean, about holistic interconnectedness. The whole is more than the sum of its part. Aristotle said that. And this is the concept of the whole and this relation with the part. And this is the beginning of systems thinking and of emergence. And Heraclitus said that the only constant in life is change. Yes, it's change. Everything is changing. And this comes today with the notion of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. Constant change. And here we are today, to the Anthropocene. Again, Anthropocene, it's a Greek word. What is Anthropocene? It's our period today. It's the new epoch dating from when human activity started to have a significant global impact on Earth geology and on the ecosystem. This is our period. And we face modern challenges. And we face climate change and all the hazards that there are. Results of the climate change, drought, floods, fires, everything. But it's not only this, because we have the long emergency and we have many other challenges. And we have the economic instability, we have the fossil fuel depletion, we have the increasing of population and the needs, the increasing of needs in energy, in food, in commodities. We have unsustainable patterns of production and consumption as well. So all this creates a lot of challenges beyond anthropogenic climate change and create challenges on resources and food, energy, and water. Especially today, this is one of the biggest challenges that we face, especially after the war. And of course, the question is how we go with the price of food and how we can feed all this population. And of course, we have another challenge, waste. Our planet is full of waste. And waste, it's not a wasted matter. In waste, we have resources. We have to see waste as resources and not to waste anymore. So we live in a period of shortage and abundance. Shortage in resources, abundance in wasted matter. And we have to change, but not how to change, in another way, to find another way, because we cannot solve problems with the same thinking that we used to create them. We have to shift minds. We have to change ourselves. Mostly we have to remember the ancient wisdom, the ancient knowledge. Mostly we have to think and to reflect, who am I? What is my relation with this nature, with this planet, with this system, with others? To know ourselves, as the previous speaker said, and to feel interconnected. We are not alone. We are interconnected, and our action affects the whole system. So we have to go from the Anthropocene to an Ecocene by using old wisdom, by activating the inner process of creation, responsibility, and action. Because healing the planet and building sustainable, resilient communities needs a responsibility that comes from consciousness of individual and organization, and requires individual and societal transformation and beyond learning, and requires changing ourselves. We need to rethink what form of knowing we need now, embodied or immaterial, to mobilize in our ongoing processes in order to make a sustainable world. From the Anthropocene to an Ecocene, we have to realize that we cannot anymore hit, beat, and treat the Mother Earth. We have to care and to love the Mother Earth. And I say beat, it's not my word, hit, beat, and treat, because that was the philosophy of the Anthropocene, to extract the most of the Earth. But now we have to care and to love. And we have to reconciliate the humans with nature, because we are separated. To transform, first of all, our qualitative relation with nature and our quantitative excesses. It's important. It's lifestyle. And to work with nature. And of course, not to fear the change. I have more, sorry. Not to fear the change, because change, it's the standard. Change, it's what is happening every time. Then a constant in life is change. And to act for sustainability at all levels and for all the systems. And to know, and this comes how we teach in engineering school or in universities, to know the Earth boundaries. We don't teach about this, the biocapacity. How capable is the Earth to produce all? It cannot produce everything. It's like our garden. Our garden can produce some things. We cannot increase for eternity. The same is the Earth. It's a garden, and the capacity, it's defined. And we call biocapacity. And we have to see the balance between our planet capacity and our needs. Economy, building environment, consumption, lifestyles. Where is this balance for the moment? It's not a balance. We have to move, and this is for education as well, from self-assertive processes to integrative processes, from analysis to synthesis, from theory to action, from reductionism to holistic, from linear to circular, from inequality to equality, exclusion to inclusion. Core values we have to develop in universities, from expansion to conservation, from antagonism to cooperation, from domination to collaboration, from greed and control to generosity and love, from conflict to coexistence and symbiosis. And for leadership, because in our university we develop leaders, communication. Jeffrey said so many things for communication last evening. Courage. We need courage. And we need compassion. Because creative generative systems does not require only technical, economical, that we discuss, ecological, social, cultural shift. It requires changing in ourselves, our relation with each other and the planet and the life as a whole. And if I go now to the engineering, sorry, just a little more, to engineering, science and technology, this triangle is very important. What we do there, we do education, we have to invent, and participation. And what is the most important for a transformative learning in universities? It's knowledge, practice, and attitudes, ethics. Of course, if this is a mission or a vision of science and technology of education, we don't make trade-off of knowledge. We need rigor of scientific knowledge. This we offer. We need to bring humanities and art with technology. We need to go towards system thinking. Imagination, to develop imagination, creativity, communication, other skills, and personal transformation, as the previous speaker said, of faculty, students, of the young generation, of what we are doing in education. System thinking is very important. Interconnectedness. This we have to teach. This we have to really to be in our teaching. System in the relation, systemic approach, policy, population, economy, climate, all are interrelated. Water, energy, food, they are not separated. Understand urban and rural ecosystem. This is very important because we extract everything from the rural ecosystem towards the cities, food, energy, water, and then what we bring to the rural ecosystem, waste. We have to understand these flows. This is ecology, as I described before. Circularity, and this was said from the Greeks, from the ancient Greek, it's ancient wisdom, that ecological cycle exists. So there are cycles. And ecological cycles are the various self-regulating processes. Causality. We have to learn and to teach that our actions have a result. My action has a result on your life. Your action has a result on the planet's life. It's not separated. And this is the responsibility of our action here. This is very important to teach. A responsible research and innovation. Fortunately, the European Commission has developed this context, and we have to innovate with nature. We have to use nature-based solutions, like biophilic solutions, you can see here, biomimicry to imitate the nature, and green transformation. You see here the difference from 90 to 19 of the Düsseldorf or another city in Poland. How with the green transformation we can decrease the temperature in the cities to harvest the light, the sun. Because without sun, there is no life. Renewable energy, photosynthesis, that is the genesis, because it creates food. It creates biomass, terrestrial and marine biomass. And with this photosynthesis, with this chemical process of life, we can absorb the CO2 partly that we created with our industry, without aviation, without transport, which is a problem. And we need to create circular system design because everything is circular and ecology has circles. And not to think in a laminar way, but in a circular way. And this is the circular economy that we develop now. And to respect the old and the local knowledge. It's not Greek, it's from Myanmar. I was there. I like this, but because it's a big discussion about this knowledge of how to fish. Local and old knowledge. And I finish here. Thank you very much for the time. This was created, we created this with Brazilian colleagues in a paper and a work that we had about Amazonia biome. The blossoming of a flower in the golden ratio representing poesis. This is Greek again. Pieces, let's say it in Greek. It means making, creating, producing the unfolding of life. The integration of all living beings is connected to the web of life in constant self-organization, which is dependent and autonomous, at the same time establishing a dialogic relation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Professor Zavagnotou. It took a little longer, but it was interesting and inspiring. Thank you. Now, the last, but definitely not least of our presentations today, we had a very full session today, is by Dr. Avgenopoulou, a member of the Hellenic Parliament. Dr. Avgenopoulou.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairs. Dear professors, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address today this very important workshop on the ancient wisdom and how it could provide answers to contemporary issues in relevance to climate change, in this case. So let me begin with a very recent judicial decision, a US Supreme Court ruling, that it has been considered as capable to entirely change the climate mitigation strategy, policy, and laws that the US administration has adopted thus far and delay the climate action. This is thus a very contemporary challenge. Only a few days ago, in West Virginia versus EPA, the Supreme Court of the US ruled against the Environmental Protection Agency by limiting its competence to regulate greenhouse gas emissions. The federal government will now lose some of its power when it comes to tackling the climate crisis, following a 6-3 decision that ruled against the Clean Power Act, backed by US states including Kentucky and Texas. West Virginia is a state with a major coal power and has argued that given the EPA members are unelected, they should not be allowed to determine how the state runs its energy and economy. The Supreme Court has sided with this argument, with Chief Justice of the US, John Roberts, writing, "Capping carbon dioxide emissions at a level that will force a nationwide transition away from the use of coal in order to generate electricity may be a sensible solution to the crisis of the day. But it is not possible for the Congress to give EPA the authority to adopt on its own such a regulatory scheme. A decision of such magnitude and consequence rests with Congress itself or an agency acting pursuant to a clear delegation from that representative body. There are fears now that the decision could now dismantle the federal government as takes state power. Congress will have to provide clear consent to the EPA for the agency to act on technical rules that implement environmental policies, reducing the agency effectiveness. Even the US spokesperson said that this is a setback on our fight against climate change when we are already far off track in meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement. Thus, according to the court, the Congress should provide an explicit delegation of the decision-making powers to the EPA regarding this particular matter. But the question is this explicit delegation necessary? Was the EPA acting beyond its powers all these years when it was deciding about the CO2 emissions regulation on the federal level? One of the justices of the court did not agree to the judgment of the Supreme Court. And I'm thinking that she might have read a little bit more about ancient literature. More specifically, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Elena Kagan, wrote, "First, members of Congress often do not know enough, and they know that they don't know enough in order to regulate sensibly on an issue. Of course, members can and do provide overall direction, but then they rely, as all of us rely on our everyday lives, on people with greater expertise and experience. Those people are found in agencies, such as EPA. This ruling will now place the regulatory powers in the hands of those who are elected, but they are not experts." Justice Kagan referred implicitly to Kelson's separation between the primary laws set by the lawmakers, the elected lawmakers, and the secondary legislation set by experts. A vast majority of legal systems today, at both the domestic and the international level, are based on this separation between the primary legislation and the secondary legislation. This secondary legislation is being decided by experts because in many cases it entails technical and scientific matters more or less important that only expert bodies could and should decide upon. The contemporary system of climate change governance is built upon this assumption. The overall technological mechanism of the UNFCCC, the Kyoto and the Paris Agreement is built on this assumption as well. In general, the full body of environmental legislation is built upon this assumption. It seems, however, that the debate on who should hold the legislative power is as old as the Socrates and the Plato philosophy. In this case, as in many other cases, the Greek philosophers have offered the answers from the very beginning, laying thus the foundations for the contemporary thinking. Plato is among the very first philosophers to take up the debate on whether one should govern by technocracy or by democracy in many of his works, including Gorgias and most prominently the Republic. Gorgias, written among his early works, said in paragraph 452 that Plato notes that rhetoric is one of the main means to exercise democratic governance in Athens. However, Socrates comments, "I cannot yet make up my mind what to think about it. When there is a public meeting in Athens to elect a doctor or a shipwright or any other professional, the purpose of the meeting is actually to choose the person with the greatest experience for that post. So it is not going to be a rhetorian that advises them under these circumstances, is it? They are not going to use rhetorians to advise them when there are fortifications to be built, or harbors, or dockyards to be constructed. They will use master builders. Further, A republic, according to Plato, should not be run based upon arbitrary opinions, upon authority that has no solid foundation in knowledge. Democratic regimes, with only democratically elected people participating in government that have no knowledge regarding the topic they are actually voting for, they offer no solid foundation for governance. The kings, the rulers of the state, should be philosophers too, meaning very well educated. Lacking the basic foundation of knowledge, a democratically elected representative would still not be very appropriate as a governor and as a lawmaker. Later on, even Supreme Court Justice Professor Stephen Breyer, in his book Breaking the Vicious Circle, has developed this theory that the appropriate regulator of environmental law, by regulating more a scientific matter rather than a social matter at heart, should be an expert. Environmental and climate legislation should be exercised by institutions that follow the Platonic philosophy with a preference in expertise. No lawmakers without an expertise could hold the decision-making powers in such matters. From Plato years on, many other philosophers, including Aristotle in his work The Laws, and even more modern philosophers from the age of reason on, contributed to the formulation of the contemporary environmental governance institutions. In the 18th century, Sperry wrote that the classifications used by naturalists slipped between the natural world and the social, to establish not only the expertise of the naturalist over the natural, but also the dominance of the natural over the social. The dominance of nature over the social constructions is only one other element that justifies the technocratic approaches in environmental lawmaking. From Francis Bacon to the technocrats and up to the 60s and the 70s and the Stockholm Conference in 1972, there is an emphasis on the need for the injection of more science in environmental legislation. Notions such as ecotechnocracy had also been involved, putting, however, a disproportionate emphasis on the expert knowledge. Over time, and building on the ancient wisdom, the contemporary system of lawmaking has been very well developed, both in the US and in Europe, and a better equilibrium between the democratic rule of law, and the expert bodies has been adapted. As a result, the democratic bodies, such as the Congress, decide about the primary, more general legislation and the board guidelines on the issues, whether they delegate the more technical issues to the more expert bodies, such as agencies, such as the EPA. This is a heritage regarding our environmental and climate governance structures today that society has gained over the centuries for more than 2,500 years ago, from ancient Greece to the Paris Agreement. According to Plato, the rulings of the US Supreme Court in West Virginia versus EPA is wrong. Thank you very much.
So I'd like to give the floor to our audience for any particular questions. Please, Jeff.
Do we have a microphone? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Again, wonderful presentations by everybody. Really, they're really wonderful. And if I could encourage, make sure that everybody has submitted to the team your texts, if you have written texts, also your PowerPoints and so on, because we want to have a complete set of all of the presentations. I think I want to emphasize one point which I think is obvious, but I think is also worth underscoring. We know throughout history that human societies have had to grapple with environmental sustainability. And we know ancient Attica faced challenges of deforestation, for example. Plato writes about it. We know that water stress, climate stress has been with humanity for as long as we have recorded history, and we can surmise that it has been with humanity throughout our whole human adventure. But I think that there are 5 fundamental differences of our current period that make this qualitatively and quantitatively completely different from the challenges that we have faced in the past. And while we can draw upon some of our deep ancient philosophy and ethics about this, we also have to grapple with the novelty, which is something different and therefore not found in the ancient wisdom. The first is that this is the first global scale crisis that affects every part of humanity, and it's simultaneous and it's intense. Every part of the world this year is grappling with climate disasters. You can't go to any single place without hearing about droughts, floods, forest fires, or other massive dislocations. This is unprecedented. There have always been local areas. There have occasionally been global phenomena such as massive volcanic eruptions which created change. There have even been continental scale little ice ages and so forth. But global scale is something different. Second, this is the first time ever in history that humanity is fundamentally changing large-scale ecosystem functions. I would say since Prometheus, we've been changing local ecosystems. Fire was really quite a decisive discovery around 2 million years ago, and it led to massive land use change and massive change of local ecosystems. But the idea that humanity is changing the global climate, is changing the global resource base at the scale of fisheries or massive biomes, is completely unprecedented. It's perhaps not surprising that there was such pervasive denial about this, because it is so counterintuitive, and indeed it is against received wisdom and tradition that humanity could change creation in this way. So this is a second fundamental point. A third fundamental point is that this is the first time that we are trying to escape environmental distress at high levels of income. So we're trying to do 2 things, not only to survive, but actually to survive at levels of material well-being far above subsistence. We had a warning in 1798, quite an astute warning by Thomas Robert Malthus in the Principles of Population. He asserted, we don't know yet whether he's right or wrong, but he asserted that it would not be possible to sustain income levels of humanity above subsistence, because he claimed that if subsistence was exceeded, that would give rise to population growth that would end up expanding to the level of environmental distress, whether it's food production or other kinds of distress, that would bring income levels back down to subsistence. He was quite a pessimist. He said, don't even try to help the poor because we're stuck with poverty. At the time that he wrote in 1798, the population was about 900 million. We've had roughly an order of magnitude increase. We'll be at 9 billion very soon, in roughly a dozen years. So it's about a 10-time increase since he wrote. But at the same time, the output per person did not conform to his dire predictions. We've also had a massive increase of production per capita, human well-being, longevity. So our idea is to not only keep this level, but enable half the world that hasn't had it yet to catch up with the rest of the world. So we're trying to overcome environmental distress, now at global scale, now with anthropogenic change, without losing the gains of living standards. This is also completely unprecedented in human history, because all of human history up until the 19th century was at subsistence levels. Even the kings and queens lived basically at subsistence levels, a little bit above. But we would be shocked at how the royalty lived in 1600 or 1700, not much impressed actually. But now we are trying something absolutely unprecedented. Well, why did these changes happen? The most fundamental reason was technology, and the most decisive breakthrough in human history since the agricultural revolution was the steam engine. Because what the steam engine allowed was the breakthrough from what economists call the organic economy. Up until the steam engine, our energy system was limited to a bit of wind, a little bit of water power, and mostly animal and human traction. And that was limited to how much grain could be produced and how many people would be sustained. James Watt changed the equation for humanity and enabled a breakthrough to this 100-fold increase of human activity by harnessing energy from 100 million years ago that was buried in the form of fossil fuels. And of course, it's not just that. We've had now 250 years of continuous technological advance, every step of which enables us to harvest the planet with ever greater intensity, to the point that we can scoop up all the fish in the oceans, we can chop down all of the trees of the rainforest, we can change river systems till they're dry in order to irrigate the deserts, and we do all of those things. So this technological change is the core, and it's my fourth point. For the first time, we need not only human organizational responses, but we need massive technological responses. There is no way to have 8 or 9 or 10 billion people living on the planet above subsistence without harnessing advanced technologies. So there's no answer to this by simplification. If you want living standards above subsistence, we're condemned to an even more technological approach. That requires a kind of society and governance that's very difficult, because the understanding of that technological system is very narrowly held. We say we don't want experts guiding things. If we don't have experts, we will have complete social collapse. On the other hand, how does one govern the experts when knowledge is also power? And knowledge is not very safely used, and knowledge is lobbying capacity and political power as well. And the final of my 5 decisive points, which goes back to the global scale crisis, is we need a global scale response, a geopolitical response. It took basically thousands of years to get to the nation state system. Whether it's in advanced or not is questionable at this point, but the idea of large-scale political administration at the level of a nation was a creation of the last 2,000 years, and especially the last 500 years. But we now know that this is profoundly contradictory to the need for global cooperation, because cooperation ends at the political boundaries more than it pervades them, with certain exceptions. So we need a new kind of governance as well. I just wanted to mention all of this because we are absolutely in an unprecedented situation with little understanding in general of how different our society is from even 200 years ago, and how we have created a system which has a juggernaut of dynamism, because this is Prometheus unbound, as one of my teachers, David Landis, wrote in a famous book about the Industrial Revolution. This is off the rails. We don't need the rails. We're in every way continuing this massive dynamic expansion that within a short period of time will plow through the entire planet. It's already done it through the oceans, through every fishery. Now it's chopping down the remaining rainforests, and we have a very, very short time to get our heads around the uniqueness and the extraordinary vulnerability of our circumstances. A few thoughts, sorry.
Thank you. Wonderful thoughts as always, Jeff. Yes, please. Yeah.
My question is for Katja. Can we show her? My name is Jilu Liu from philosophy from California.
Do we have the connection? You want to ask something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So
great.
Katja, I want to say that I am so excited by your talk. The whole idea, I find, the Stoic worldview and the Chinese worldview has so much in common. So you talk about the primacy of the whole, right? The part-whole relationship, some kind of a holism, and the Chinese philosophy is also a form of organic holism and the primacy of the whole. Like the very notion of Tai Chi, right? That's the whole, that's the universe. And Huayan Buddhism also talks about the primacy of the whole. The two metaphors that they use, one is the internet of jewel. So that is basically all the jewels are interconnected, interreflected, but everything, every piece of jewel is the same, it's identical. And another metaphor they have is the golden lion. So every part of the lion is part of the whole. And without the lion, there will be no ears, no tail. But without the tails and the head, there wouldn't be a lion either. So to me, this seems to be some kind of a egalitarian holism. Maybe you seem to be very concerned about this kind of an anthropocentric charge. But if you use the Huayan worldview, then there is no anthropocentrism. That really is, everything is equal status in the whole. But I wonder if we really need to worry about anthropocentrism. If I can appeal to the philosophy from Spider-Man, responsibility comes with abilities. So we humans, we are morally responsible for the whole world. And therefore, the Chinese, New Confucianism especially, treats human as the highest, the most supreme creature, because we are morally aware And I think that should be something that can be recognized, that because we are morally aware, we are responsible for the whole world. Yes, we are part of the whole world, but we are not equal with the stones and the animals, because we have to take care of them. We have to take care of the whole world. So I just thought that this might be a way to actually advocate some kind of a global and a humanist cosmopolitanism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm excited to learn more about the commonalities and connections between the Stoic picture and the work and the things that you are working on. So thank you for mentioning this. I mean, one thing that is kind of a question for us, whether we would be willing to accept this from the Stoic point of view, even though, as you say, we human beings are the only ones who are kind of moral agents or ethical agents, as the Stoics would put this, in the world, they still don't think that we are the best kind of agent, because they actually think of the world as an agent or as a kind of complex, large living being. And so that is really important to them, that we should not think of ourselves. So if you have a kind of so-called scale of nature where you have like stones and then plants and then animals and human beings, that is not the end, as it were. Even higher than that is the world. And that, you know, maybe today we would have difficulties accepting that. Maybe we would ask, well, is the world an agent? Not in our sense. The world doesn't have moral responsibility, and so on and so forth. But the upshot that I find interesting is that if one understands the world as a, you know, and in other talks, I think similar ideas came up, as a complex system of interrelated parts, then maybe there is a way in which we today also can acknowledge that it is somehow like amazingly complex, and thereby somehow amazingly worthy, or something like that, an adequate object of our, you know, admiration, or something like that, valuation, deep valuation. And I think that is something that can inform our actions today, that we don't see ourselves as the best thing, as it were, but see this complex system as the best thing. And that the proposal that I think, you know, a lot of what you said is very much in that spirit. So in a sense, I'm just, you know, continuing that line of thought that you also mentioned. But the proposal is that changes our self-conception, and the view would be that is really important, because as long as we think of ourselves as somehow the masters of the universe, the Stoic view would be that is not going to work. But you know, other than that, I'm in complete agreement with what you were saying. Thank you for the comments.
This is also a question for Katja from a somewhat different point of view. This is also a question for Katja. One of the confusing things about the Stoics for the non-specialist is that they are so detailed and rigorous, but also so systematic. And there's this other Stoic strand of discourse about fate. And what I'm wondering, is there anything in Stoic philosophy regarding the idea of a fate of the world, or either that they explicitly say or that we might infer? Thank you.
Well, thanks very much for this question. You know, I mean, now we get to dimensions of Stoic philosophy that I don't defend in my own, you know, as views that I endorse, but the Stoics literally think that the world is a living being, and hence it has a biography. So this is, as it were, as if one were to say physics is not the main science of the world, but somehow a kind of biology of the world. This is, as it were, forefronting the life sciences as opposed to physics, and saying that we need to study the world as a biological organism or something like that, and then it has a biography. And yes, it is going to die. So, you know, those are, that can sound metaphorical. I think it is quite interesting. I mean, the one kind of simplification, of course, is always the Stoics have, you know, that's many philosophers, from Zeno and then like like Cleanthes, Chrysippus, and then later thinkers like Seneca and so on. And of course, they don't all say the same thing, but the early Stoics are, I think for us, they are still underappreciated. They are really scientists at heart. They want to study nature, and by that they mean the universe and human nature and the relation. And they deeply believe that that kind of study has to inform how we act, even everyday actions. And that is something that I kind of advocate for. I think that the more we have of that, the more kind of next generation people we will have who think, yeah, sure, like we need to learn these things. Otherwise, we will even do kind of daily things in the wrong kind of way.
Okay, I'll take one more question. Here, yes.
The microphone is behind you.
Yeah.
I was very interested in the first speech about the consideration that have Aristotle about the world, and also in the question that put Jeff. So first, I want to ask if we have in Aristotle some idea that we have an influence a human being in the climate, because this is the great news, as say Jeff, with the anthropic climate, that is today the human being is the responsible of the situation of the climate. So this is one thing. But anyway, Aristotle have an idea that is very important, that today is not enough respect, we can say. Okay, someone speak about the mesothese, and this is very important, but the idea is this, the idea of nature. Nature have rules. Age nature is not a consideration in general like before Aristotle, but with Aristotle, the nature is the principle of the development of the different forms of different species. So today, with some concept of transgenism or transgenism, we not respect really, we have new natures, of course, but we need to respect the law of age nature. In the contrary, we have a disaster. For example, the human being is human being, and the nature of the human being is someone. We today not respect really the nature of the human being, for example, and this for other things. So it's very important, the idea of nature, and in the interior of this idea, the idea of act and potency, because the is developed between the possibilities real that have the nature to realize this possibility. But it's impossible to say something that have not the possibility to develop this. So this is very important to come back to this idea. And for this, I think, as I said yesterday, Jeff, Aristotle is also a great physicist. Today, also, for today. Please.
Well, thank you.
The question is, someone knows if Aristotle have the idea that our activity can change the nature, can change the climate, for example. This is my question.
So who's going to address that question? Okay. Right, meteorology. Okay, okay. So you have another question? Please.
This one's a question, which is, what can we draw on, and to what extent do the various ancient philosophies give us the sense of a common humanity rather than a divided humanity or a local ethnicity and so forth? In general, Aristotle was not too much impressed with the barbarians. Of course, he had a view of general human nature, but a fairly ethnocentric view, I would say, also in his practical advice to Alexander and others, go forth and conquer. But the question is, to what extent can we look to our core philosophies and theology for the common human nature and the common humanity? And by this, for example, I think Isaiah is a complete universalist. All nations will come together. We are a common humanity. The idea of cosmopolitan is an ancient Greek idea, but where exactly? And who had the idea of a universal citizenship? Because this, I think, is an extremely important idea that we need, practically speaking, right now. And I think many of us in academia always feel that because we're part of a global community. So we feel we're citizens of the world. This is an Enlightenment idea that I very much admire as well. But can we find strong philosophical commitments and roots to this? I think in Christianity, the idea that all humanity is in imago Dei, is in the image of God, created by God, so it's a common humanity, is fundamental. What can we say about a Confucian thought or about Aristotelian or Stoic thought about the commonality of humanity and therefore the capacity to have a common global vision? And I want to make one more tiny comment, back to also Marcelo's point about taking nature seriously. We are, of course, changing life at an unprecedented rate right now. Humans have been reshaping the genome or the genosphere, I don't even know what it should be called, by selective breeding for thousands of years. That is the agricultural revolution. That is the domestication of animals. We've changed the genomes of different species. But now we are literally creating species day by day. And as you know, I'm of the view that we created the SARS-CoV-2 virus by accident, that this is not a natural virus, but a virus from a laboratory. If that's true, it's exactly what Marcelo is saying, that we're not respecting nature. We're even now the ultimate hubris of creating new forms of life, thinking that this is safe and prudent. And maybe we've just had the biggest human-made disaster in the history of the world by exactly crossing that boundary. What's stunning for me is no one wants to look too closely at that, especially the US government, which I think funded it. But it raises exactly this question of the respect of the boundaries of nature, and especially in an age when we can create life forms, and in fact are doing it routinely. Chimeric viruses are new forms of life and how they infect cells. And whoever heard of humanized mice before? We're doing things that are just absolutely incredible. Okay, so question and that brief comment. Yes. And Katya, you wanted to.
Okay, if I may, I'll just say a few words on the things, Jeffrey, that you mentioned at the beginning about, who came up with cosmopolitanism. The initial notion of being a cosmopolites was a negative one, which was used by the cynics because they kind of said, I don't belong to this city, as it were, I'm not one of you. I live in the cosmos. That was kind of turned on its head by the Stoics, who created a kind of positive notion of cosmopolitanism, of actually inhabiting the world, we human beings, for us, the world really is the most fundamental place that we live in. And the Stoics when they describe the world as a system, they also said, well, cities are systems, are complex systems. The world is a complex system. There's a lot of analogies here, and we can actually, in a plausible way, think of the world as a system, because the world, the natural world, is also law-governed. It is a law-governed system. It has that in common with a city, and that is a sense in which we, in fact, live in the world. So the cosmopolitanism in that sense was not a kind of let us build a world state kind of ideal for some distant future. It was about, this is in fact the case. This is already what you have. You just have to understand it. And that is an idea that I find really important, because it is really hard to understand that, because we are all somehow, tied to our local relationships and cities and whatnot. And so it is hard to step back and understand that more fundamentally we live in the world. And the Stoics think that that has incredible normative upshots. So I think that is a big deal. I will say one other thing about the question of human nature and universalism. Plato argued that men and women can have the same education for the same kinds of jobs, and Aristotle did not accept that. And that is not a case of it was culturally inconceivable. No, actually, his teacher defended this. So like no one can say, oh, at the time, no one could have come up with this idea. Well, actually, your main interlocutor, Plato, came up with this idea. So there's no easy way out here to defend Aristotle. And Plato and the Hellenistic philosophers, Epicurus and the Stoics, have that in their philosophies, that we are not just talking about men. There were, for example, female philosophers in Epicurus's group of thinkers. That is one dimension of universalism that also speaks to some of the issues, Jeff, that you mentioned yesterday about, what's wrong with modern moral philosophy, when we were thinking of the kind of typical agent that was not just envisaged kind of falsely as a completely separate individual. That was also always envisaged as a man who was somewhat financially independent, and like all the other people, all the kids, all the people who were like sick, all the women, if that was somehow presumably beyond the purview of ethics, which is astonishing in a way, that like, how is it even possible that for several hundreds of years we did ethics and political philosophy in such a flawed framework? Anyway, so that's one dimension that I think a lot of people find really worrisome about Aristotle. That doesn't mean that we cannot be neo-Aristotelians and just sort of make a few corrections, which is entirely up to us as philosophers. We don't have to be just adherents of Aristotle, but it's just something I wanted to mention.
Absolutely.
One last question, because we have to close. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. I will be very brief. I would like to make a comment to your question, Jeff. Not a philosophical answer, but maybe a historical. We as the World Human Forum have been working recently a lot from the island of Delos, and which was also one of the centers of the Mediterranean for several centuries. And this place was probably one of the very first real cosmopolitan places. The diversity of languages, the diversity of religions was totally accepted. And you had on this tiny rock in the middle of the Aegean, the first synagogue outside of Judea. You had Egyptian temple, you had Assyrian temple, you had all the Greek gods. And as I said, all the languages were spoken, recognized as equally important. So maybe it's not just in philosophy that we have to look, but also in history. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a very brief sum up of a fascinating and rich discussion we had. A number of scientific perspectives on climate change challenge were raised here. We saw that we need to find new ways of thinking, like systems approach and circularity. We touched on the importance of ethics and civic engagement in education. We saw that Stoics provide an expanded sphere of moral standing and responsibilities that is important in dealing with our new challenges. And we also talked about the modern challenge of how political institutions can address the climate crisis and the lack of education of political agents. And I just want to say 2 or 3 very brief points on the 5 key new challenges that Jeffrey mentioned. Technological advances, as we know, absolutely critical. And the thing is, again, more ancient philosophy here has, even though it wasn't directly associated with technology, it was involved very deeply on the issue of human organization. And technology, if we're going to solve the technological challenge, we're going to need the human organization to drive that technological challenge, to direct it in the right way. Prometheus gave us fire, so that was a major innovation, but more importantly, it turns out, at least from some anthropological accounts, that fire allowed us to outsource digestion. In other words, we cooked food. That allowed us to have a smaller intestine and opened the possibility of a larger brain. And the key of our larger brain is that we used it for social interaction. And connecting with society and finding ways of cooperation. So I think that's a key, using the brain as a central technology in our social cooperation. And then finally, on Malthus, at the same time, Malthus pointed to actually allow people to starve. It was a pretty dismal view of, in order to deal with the population problem. Condorcet, the philosopher mathematician from which Malthus borrowed in finding the exponential population growth, said that in fact, and he was very prescient, that education is the key to population growth. And in fact, education, as we see here, is the key to all these challenges, and including, technology and ultimately moral education. Thank you very much.
We'll get started now. We've had throughout all of our discussions already a great deal of discussion about education as being central, and about education that incorporates ethics, the paideia that we need for the 21st century. And our session today now is Ancient Wisdom for Modern Education. We're about to hear the words of the wonderful Minister of Education, Nikki Karameus. But before we do, I want to give one moment of context about education. First, speaking as an economist, without question, indubitably, the most important investment that any society makes in its economic development is education. This is not only a nice thing to say, it's an empirical, deep, repeatedly confirmed phenomenon. If you don't have a skilled workforce, a knowledgeable population, it's impossible to develop. You could have diamond mines and gold mines and all the rest. You will not have anything remotely like broad-based material well-being. So education is absolutely critical. Second, it is, of course, one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 4, which is quality education for all. We do not achieve quality education for all in the world, not even close. There are an unknown hundreds of millions of school-aged children not in school. It is a sad mark on our international system that we don't have a count that's proper, because it's a reflection of the fact that we don't even take this seriously enough to have a detailed and up-to-date count. But certainly there are hundreds of millions of school-aged children that are not even in school. Many are in school, but teachers are not qualified. There's no infrastructure, no electricity, no running water, no latrines, no basic standards at the schools themselves. And so we have a remarkable neglect of this most important of all investments in society. I would say without hesitation that SDG 4 is the most important of all of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. There is no future without education, period. The third point I wanted to mention is Target 4.7 of SDG 4, which for us is extraordinarily important. Target 4.7 says the following: by 2030, ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. It's quite a beautiful target. It's the idea of a paideia, if I may say, for the 21st century, of what is a global citizen, what is cultural appreciation, what is recognition and appreciation of cultural diversity, what is climate change, what is the environment in which young people are growing. So we have a program of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network together with the Vatican, with Monsignor Sanchez Sorondo, who's with us, with UNESCO, and with Ban Ki-moon on what we call Mission 4.7, which is to make this real. Minister Karameos is one of the leaders of that effort. We're going to see why in just a moment. We are encouraging ministers of education all over the world to take this seriously so that the young people everywhere have the chance to learn. You know, in New York City and in the neighboring counties, they don't learn about climate change in the standard curriculum. So this is an example of what we face everywhere in the world. We need solutions from the bottom up in schools everywhere and from the top down to make Mission 4.7 and Target 4.7 a realized objective for humanity. So that is the context for this session. We're going to start with hearing from Minister Karameos, who wanted to be here, but COVID.
So we will hear from her by video.
Yes, but I am not the minister. She is the minister and she has a video. Thank you so much. Okay, but we can ask the speakers to go there. It's a very good suggestion. Thank you so much.
Dear Jeff, dear professors, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and honor to address this most distinguished group of scholars to discuss this truly pressing matter in such a creative way. Interdisciplinary and intercultural research is the way forward for the world in order to find the solutions that we need for the world's greatest challenges, while at the same time strengthen global peace and understanding. We will not be able to advance if we work in silos, if we work separated from one another. We will only move forward if we move together. Please allow me to make 3 points. One more theoretical on the enduring lessons of philosophy with regard to the value of education, and 2 more practical points on how to make education systems more future-looking as well as more accessible. On the first point, philosophy from East and West has a lot to teach us on the significance of education in society. The opening lines of the Analects, the sayings attributed to Confucius, starts indeed with a remark on the value and joy of learning, and links learning to the joy of seeing an old friend coming from afar. This opening statement sets up the scene for the philosophy of learning and education, which is deeply connected to what we are currently striving for in terms of education for sustainable development. That is to include fundamental values and principles and attitudes necessary for the future in our education system. There's no doubt that Confucius was a radical thinker, and his statement that in education there is no distinction of class comes to show how he very early on put the idea of universal education. An equally very important idea, which echoes strongly with Confucius, is Isocrates' statement that Greeks are those who participate in Greek education. These 2 ancient thinkers give us 2 commitments to universal and transformative education, which I believe can be a tremendous source of inspiration for the kind of education we want to build. Now, turning to 2 more practical dimensions on how to make sure education systems are more future-looking as well as accessible. Please allow me to share some examples from Greece. With regard to the first level of making our education more future-looking, we have introduced in these past 3 years major reforms to pivot from a knowledge-centric system to a skills-based paradigm. What do I mean by that? First, we have revamped 166 school curricula in order to place the acquisition of skills at the very heart of learning by updating the content of what is taught, horizontally introducing new pedagogies and digital tools. Second, we have introduced into the mandatory school program for ages 4 to 15 a new module titled the Skills Labs. It specifically aims at the cultivation of skills, both soft skills and digital skills. This new course, which was awarded the Global Education Network European Award, comprises 10% of the total curriculum. Third, we have started teaching English in all public preschools as of the age of 4. Not only because we believe that the acquisition of English is vital for an extroverted society, but also because bilingualism is associated with higher cognitive skills across the board. Now, to successfully implement all of these ambitious reforms, we are investing heavily in our educators, providing extensive teacher training and new approaches to training. With regard to the second level of making education more accessible, I would like to focus on vocational education and training, an area of education which has historically been marginalized in many countries. We have radically reformed the way VET models are set by including social partners in the process of curriculum formation, so that what students learn is actually relevant to what society needs. So we first go and detect the needs of society, and then we take that into account when deciding what specialties to offer and when forming the various curricula. To give you one example, we have introduced modules for technicians for renewable energy sources, as well as for new digital infrastructure and software. Second, we have established model vet schools, and we have introduced thematic post-secondary thematic vet institutes in order to enhance the quality of vet education and change the perception of vet in Greece. Third, we are heavily investing in infrastructure, upgrading facilities, labs, workshops, and equipping all vet schools with state-of-the-art digital tools. And we're doing all of this because we believe that vet has a pivotal role to play in ensuring quality education for all. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to education for the future, we have and can be inspired by the past, both from the East and the West, and we have to promote, as the ancients did, the spirit of openness, and even though they did not use this word, but certainly practice it, interdisciplinarity. This is the reason why I find Jeff's initiative extremely compelling, and I'm certain that great and extremely valuable outcomes will be produced during the presentation and discussion. Thank you very much for your attention, and I truly apologize for not being able to be there in person today.
It's really wonderful what's happening here in education. Minister Karameas is really leading change. It's going through the parliament. It's creating new institutions, new and very, very thoughtful major investments. And this is what we need everywhere. And if we can bring leaders of education together like this everywhere, and each one inspires the next, it can be a phenomenally productive and transformative process. So our next, please, of course.
Just very quickly, let me say that SDSN, within this initiative, Mission 4.7, has created a manual which is called Starting with the SDGs at Universities, which is a very clear and explicit guide of how we can help our universities transform according to the SDGs, how they can transform their curriculum so that it becomes interdisciplinary and holistic, and also their internal structure so that they can teach according to the principles of sustainable development. It also provides ways to transform the infrastructure so that it becomes sustainable. It provides guidance on how to do the outreach with policymakers and how to build a solid interface with the rest of the society, with civil society, the rest of the society. It's very useful, it's very innovative, it is implementable, and in Greece, we have already started implementing this at various universities and also measuring today's achievement with regards to implementing the SDGs in the different universities of our network. We want to collaborate with everybody and share the tools we have and the manual. Please.
Wonderful. Now we have a revolutionary panel here who will tell us about the way forward. If we could ask Brian, whom has been doing a wonderful job moderating, now to lead. Professor Van Noorden has issued a manifesto for the future of philosophy, and here it is. A multicultural manifesto. Please tell us.
Thank you. Oh, good. Well, there's so many people to thank for this wonderful conference, but I'll just be brief and thank Jeffrey Sachs, Phoebe Kunduri, and our wonderful host, the Academy of Athens, for this delightful conference. In 17th century Europe, there were three major theories about the origin of philosophy. The first major theory was that philosophy originated in Africa, and Africa gave philosophy as a gift to Europe. The second major theory was that philosophy originated in India, and from India, philosophy was imported to Europe. Now, I'm sure you can guess what the third major theory was. The third major theory was that philosophy started independently in both India and Africa, and both of them gave it to Europe. The view that philosophy only started once in history in Europe and nowhere else was a quirky, idiosyncratic view in the 17th century in Europe. This didn't mean that people thought less of the tradition that goes back to Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. They still revered that tradition, but these beliefs led them to think that philosophy was intrinsically multicultural and not something that was the parochial property of any one civilization. So unsurprisingly, when knowledge of Confucius was brought back to Europe by Jesuits, it was immediately recognized as philosophical and as very valuable. The sayings of Confucius are known in English as the Analects, and the first translation of the Analects into a European language was a translation into Latin done by Jesuits, who of course had extensive familiarity with the Aristotelian tradition as part of their training. And they translated the Analects under the title that would be rendered in English as Confucius, the Chinese philosopher. Other people in Europe were also fascinated with the new Chinese philosophy. Leibniz said that Chinese philosophy actually was better than European philosophy when it came to ethics and the behavior of mortals, as he put it. In addition, Leibniz, of course, independently developed binary arithmetic, which is the basis for computers. But when he learned about the I Ching, the classic of changes, he was stunned because he said the Chinese independently discovered binary arithmetic before we did, because the changes is built on a system of broken and unbroken lines, essentially ones and zeros, like a binary system. By the way, later in history, Carl Gustav Jung, the great psychologist, was also fascinated with the classic of changes, and one of the most philosophically interesting works on the classic of changes is Carl Jung's foreword to the Wilhelm German translation, which I would recommend to you. Of course, the early modern era was a time of great technological change in the West, and Francis Bacon pointed out that three major technological discoveries were changing civilization: gunpowder, printing with movable type, and the compass. What he did not note was that all three of these came from China. Given how popular Chinese philosophy was when it was introduced to the West, we could only assume that it continued to be popular and continued to be a part of the curriculum, but it did not. It is almost impossible to study Chinese philosophy in philosophy departments in the West. It is even harder to study Indian philosophy in actual philosophy departments in the West. What happened? I'm a great fan of the philosophy of Immanuel Kant, and in some ways, at least in epistemology, I consider myself a Kantian. But the fact is that while Kant certainly did not invent racism, he bought into pseudoscientific notions of race and propagated them in his lectures. We now know that in Kant's unpublished lectures, Kant told his students that the races could be arranged hierarchically, with whites at the top and, pardon me, I'm using his language, Hindus right underneath the whites, which Kant said look like philosophers, but are incapable of philosophical thought. Kant also said that the Chinese were at about the same intellectual level as the Hindus because they have not advanced for over 3,000 years and still believe the same things their ancestors believed. Beneath that was the race of people from Africa. Beneath that were the indigenous Americans. Only the whites, Kant said, contained all the virtues in themselves and were capable of true philosophy. Now, Kant was a brilliant philosopher in other respects, and he revolutionized European philosophers, and his students went on to rewrite the philosophy textbooks, and they wrote Africa and Asia out of the philosophy curriculum. And if you'd like some citations to some of the relevant works on this topic, you can take a look at my book. I'm also very indebted to the work of Peter K.J. Park and his book, Africa, Asia, and the History of Philosophy, which details all of this. Now, personally, I love the tradition that goes back to Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. I love it, I teach it, I try as best I can to live in accordance with it. But I also love the tradition that goes back to Confucius and Lao Tzu and the Buddha, and I teach it, and as best I can, I try to live in accordance with it. And I wrote this book, Taking Back Philosophy, encouraging my fellow philosophers and intellectuals to take philosophy back in two senses, to return to the earlier cosmopolitan ideal, which we've talked about so much today, in which philosophy does not belong to just one civilization, and we can respect multiple intellectual traditions. And also to take philosophy back to the ideal of philosophy as a way of life. So philosophy is not just an intellectual game we play, where we manipulate symbols, but as a guide to how one should live and how one should organize society. This is what philosophy meant for Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. This is what philosophy meant for Confucius and Lao Tzu and the Buddha. In terms of whether and what kind of philosophy we can find in Chinese thought, a lot of my work has focused on the idea that we can interpret both Aristotelianism and Confucianism as forms of virtue ethics. And I argue that virtue ethics, although they differ much in their details, they focus on four things. They're all concerned with what is the best way to live, what virtues do you need in order to live the good life, how do you cultivate those virtues in yourself, and what is human nature like, such that it's possible to cultivate those virtues and live that way of life. So what is the best way of life? What is eudaimonia, or beatitudo, or what is the Tao, the way to live and the way to organize society? What virtues do you need to live well? Virtu, or arete, or de. What is nature in the sense of human nature like, such that you can acquire the virtues? Physis, or natura, or xing in Chinese. And how can you cultivate those virtues in yourself? And there's various terms you can use for cultivation in multiple traditions, like xiaoyang or paideia. And I think if you actually look at what you find in the Chinese tradition, you find a robust philosophical tradition that argues for its conclusions, that makes distinctions, that challenges some aspects of common sense, but also refines other aspects, just as we find in the equally great tradition that goes back to Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. So in terms of education, what I think we need in the future is a genuinely multicultural approach to things like philosophy. We need to learn from all the world's great traditions. As one great poet said, "I am a human, and nothing human is alien to me." Or as one of Confucius's disciples put it, 四海之内皆兄弟. Within the 4 C's, all are siblings. I'm going to close with a little anecdote. There was this university that had a little controversy. And the controversy was this new faculty member wanted to bring in this foreign philosophy that was not a part of the curriculum. And they were literally on the verge of riots because many of them were traditional faculty said, look, this new philosophy is not part of our tradition. You're watering down the curriculum by bringing it in. The school in question was the University of Paris. The time was the 13th century, And the upstart philosopher who was bringing in the new philosophy that's not part of our tradition was Thomas Aquinas, who was introducing newly rediscovered works of Aristotle into the curriculum. And to me, what's most inspiring about Thomas Aquinas is that he's a Christian who's true to his Christianity, but also says, I can learn from pagans like Plato and Aristotle. I can learn from Jews like Maimonides. I can learn from Muslims like Avicenna and Averroes. And that doesn't mean watering down my tradition. It means being open to the variety of ways in which God manifests in the world. And I hope we can all try to live up to that ideal as we deal with the problems we face in the world today. Thank you.
Bravo. Brian, we want to adopt your manifesto, which is really, really important. A wonderful book about these academic disputes in the 12th and 13th century is a book called Aristotle's Children by Richard Rubinstein. Fantastic book. And when you see Albert Magnus and Thomas Aquinas and Duns Scotus, and you realize it's just a normal academic fight. It's an apartment battle. Who are we going to hire? Who's next? Who says you can appoint the next faculty? It's so wonderful to understand that this was everything we lived through, but the stakes really were so high. And it's an absolutely fantastic story. Next, we're going to hear from Kathy Liu, Professor of Philosophy at Yale and NUS. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Professor Kondori, Professor Sachs, and the Academy of Athens for hosting and inviting me to come out here and just meet so many interesting people and have great, interesting conversations. And I say this not because it's a part of the ritual of what we do at talks, and thanking the host, because as you will see through my talk on education, that this actually embodies so much of what I personally believe in and the choices that I have made throughout my career. So Yale, I used to be at Yale NUS. Actually, I'm at NUS now. In fact, I was employee number 1. I was the first faculty member hired for this new college that Yale University and the National University of Singapore were going to partner and build in Asia. It was a liberal arts college that was meant to do so many of the things that we are talking about here, about multicultural, interdisciplinary education, to equip the people of the future to be better global citizens, more compassionate, more aware, more equipped to understand the news and the complexities of the world around them, right? Because somehow there was a realization that the educational model and the direction it was going in was no longer sufficient. And at the same time in the US, you had the closing of so many liberal arts departments and philosophy. As a person coming out of a philosophy department, that gave me a little pause. Oh, sorry, my notes just disappeared. But what we built at Yale NUS, starting from the early days, we've had so many discussions about this, was a required curriculum for all of the first years to take. I taught in the philosophy and political thought track. It was a year-long course that spanned 3 millennia and 3 intellectual traditions. So actually probably more than that, depends on where you want to place Sufi texts, but we were reading the Bhagavad Gita, we were reading Xunzi, we were reading Zhuangzi and Kongzi, and yes, Aristotle, and Plato, and Epictetus, and also He Yingzhen, and Neo-Confucians. I could go on, the list is endless, and it was glorious. And the students went in not knowing any better about where disciplinary boundaries were, and they came out naturally putting all of these ideas and all of these cultures in dialogue. I've also now been called on, I had moved out of Yale NUS over to NUS because they have started a new college at NUS. It is the merging of the College of, the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences with the Faculty of Sciences. It's now the College of Humanities and Sciences. There's a lot of abbreviations there. But again, with a similar idea that it had to be now an interdisciplinary education for the students, because I don't know about many other countries, but surely in Singapore and other schools in Asia, people get specialized and streamlined very quickly. And the problems of the world, maybe I'm tempted to say today, but I think as they ever were, are always very complex. And so I want to appeal to two texts that we teach there in both these programs. What I love, by the way, about the new course that I've developed at NUS is instead of just philosophy and political thought, we now also get to bring in literature and history as well. So it really breaks through a lot of disciplinary boundaries. But today what I want to do is take two texts that we teach in those curricula and talk about what they say about education. So kind of have it apply to itself, and time permitting, maybe a couple reflections about how that gets implemented and what I've observed and learned during the last 9 years, having the privilege of building two curricula that I find so important. Okay, so the first is coming out of Descartes. That's actually where I specialize. And there's this text that I love that is probably not read enough of Descartes, called The Rules for the Direction of the Native Intelligence. And it's a book that is meant to teach you how to learn. I mean, what could be better? He starts off by saying, look, people have a tendency to think that you have to specialize. During the time that he was writing, he had a state-of-the-art education through La Fleche, Jesuit education. They kind of systematized and spread it across Europe. It was revolutionary. But what he discovered was that there were very narrow disciplinary boundaries. And he thought that this was getting in the way of inquiry. And his point there was that we had to teach people to just be smart. Or he thought everyone had enough reason, but that it was the direction of reason of the mind that was most important. So he says there, I think of that because we had this wonderful talk about Prometheus, and I remember Wednesday, the phrase, under the shadow of Prometheus, that has stuck with me, right? He had said that the light does not change regardless of the objects upon which it shines. So it does not matter if you are learning physics or biology or ethics or political science or economics. The craft, and this is what I find so fascinating there, is he constantly uses craft metaphors, that learning is a craft that we must cultivate. And this whole text is about cultivating the craft of your mind and using your attention to discover things. And the first of which was to think about reason in general. And this, I'm happy, is a trend in education, right? We now talk about skills, about critical thinking in a way that we probably weren't just 20 years ago. But with this, then he says, look, he also does talk about reading good books, which I love. His reflections about his education as an educator, I have mixed feelings about. He praises it and slams it all at the same time. But the good things that he says like, of reading good books, it's like having a conversation with the most distinguished men of past ages. Indeed, a rehearsed conversation in which these authors reveal to us only the best of their thoughts, right? This is often something I appeal to when I talk to students. They're like, why are we reading old dead guys? It takes some work sometimes to convince them of the utility, but also, I love this metaphor of like conversing with those of past centuries, right? He says is very much like traveling, and it reminds me of Proust, where he says the voyage of discovery begins not with visiting new vistas, but with seeing with new eyes. And that's what education can do. This is what Descartes is trying to do. And he said the benefit of this is that we come to know how susceptible to customs we are of our own, and that encountering the other is a way of drawing attention to this in ourselves. So there's this aspect of Descartes, and I leave you with one last Descartes metaphor before I move on. In Rule 8, one of my favorite metaphors that he gives is comparing the craft of education to that of blacksmithing. And it's so beautiful because he says, like blacksmithing, this craft that he's engaged in for universal wisdom, right, universal science, is the craft in which the production of the tools is dictated by the craft itself, and it's so cool. If you ever get a chance, please read Rule 8. But let me then take this line of thought of this interdisciplinary, also multicultural thought, and bring Xunzi into the conversation. Because like Descartes, his metaphors were also very craft-oriented. This is in contrast to maybe thinkers like Mengzi, who used agricultural metaphors, where if you plant a seed, you water it, weed it, take care of it, it'll turn out all right, right? And what I love about Xunzi, those students tend to think that he's very negative about humanity. I actually think is one of the most beautiful views of humanity that I've ever read, right? He views the human as the only creature that can engage in self-improvement and self-edification and cultivation. And this is the crafting of our own humanity that humans are capable of doing. And so the first chapter of the Xunzi is an exhortation to learning, which again, I highly recommend. But he also says it begins with reciting the classics and studying ritual. But my favorite section of Xunzi says, learning proceeds until death, and only then does it stop. And so the order of learning has a stopping point, but its purpose cannot be given up for even a moment. To pursue it is to be human, to give it up is to be a beast, right? Along the lines of many of the speakers that have come before me in the last couple of days, there is this discussion about like the content that we learn, and we see that it's insufficient, right? That there has to be action. We talked about like, how do we get the desires to change, to do the things that we need to see done, to have a different orientation. And I think this is where I would want to take these ideas in Xunzi and the ideas in Descartes and merge them together, right? Because it's not just a craft, it's not just about the outcome or the product, but there's this lifelong, ever continuous accumulation of working on an attitude towards how we learn as the default orientation that we take into the world. So with this in mind, I have some thoughts about this, because the big question is like, how do we do it? How do we change our desires, or how do we build a sense of like a compassion or empathy or cohesiveness and all the wish lists of important things that we really need to happen? How do we do it? And I do not know, and I don't know that anyone answer is sufficient. But Xunzi does talk a lot about the importance of teachers, but mainly because they serve as good models. And so it's this that I want to kind of end with my own personal reflections of doing this in the classroom with the students. I know when they walk out, they're going to walk out with a ton of misreadings of everything that has happened in class, to the extent that I kind of wish they don't tell people they were in my class, lest they think that I've taught them incorrectly. However, I've come over the years to realize that what is most important about what I do in the educational context is to model the mindset of curiosity, of like intentional listening, of the dialogue. Because if we take Descartes seriously, that reading these books is like visiting other places and we get to know other figures and other cultures, and there has to be a back and forth dialogue, but these texts do not speak back in the way that that people usually do. So you have to model like how to have a conversation with something like a text or a culture, right? Something so abstract. So I have a couple suggestions, and I feel like we've actually been modeling this a lot now, but in terms of this as a view of education, I mean, ideally we expand this so that like in every home from the beginning, we're just humans that model this intellectual curiosity and conversation with each other. But every year, I just wanted to observe, one thing I noticed, that every year I'm teaching these texts, I am hearing and seeing and learning new things, right? That it's, in that sense, it is like a dialogue. And when I read one text for a long time and I suddenly add another one into the mix, new ideas start popping up. And so again, it's as simple as noting this to the students I feel like they pick up on your sense of wonder. And when they see that, they are attracted to that. And that's when you can start modeling, well, this is how it works. I did not know that. I've read it 100 times. I'm an expert in my field, but lo and behold, the learning does not end. Isn't that so great? They definitely pick up on that. Also, suggestion, just like traveling to new places, try not to compare things with the things back home too much, right? Because you will get in your own way. Again, Proust, seeing with new eyes becomes imperative. I think there's other ways that we can kind of demonstrate this. I've already been hearing in the conference. A lot of times the translations into familiar words are necessary. They are necessary, but they are eventually a ladder that we want to kick away and maybe use the actual terms like eudaimonia or de or tien, right? Because the subtleties are important. But again, the accessibility initially is also important, and balancing those two things. Finally, in terms of along this vein, on the comparative line, my instinct has always been to pull them away from comparison. They want to do it right away. I understand the impulse, but usually I would prefer that they read the text on its own terms, charitably, more like as its own personality before they start comparing it to other things that they're more familiar with. And in this sense, I feel like to tie this with other parts of the discussion of rituals, or like how the Confucian like values kind of get built through the things that we do, I think this translates into building a better ability to be empathetic and compassionate towards others, right? You just refrain from judgment, because comparison requires a judgment. Refrain from that as long as possible to understand what it is on its own terms. And then when the comparison comes in, just like any conversation you want to have, you want the other person to be like, I wonder why you said it that way, or what direction you're coming from, that this is the form the question takes, as opposed to how it appears in another discipline or another culture. And finally, to conclude, I'm sorry, I don't know where I am on time, I just want to reiterate this idea that I love so much from the Xunzi, that this really is a lifelong cultivation, a craft of, like, we're crafting ourselves and how we navigate everything else around us, other people, other ideas, and to constantly be demonstrating and working and nurturing the curiosity, the dialogue, and the openness. And that's just where I'm going to end it today. Thank you so much.
Wow, bravo, fantastic. We have to brainstorm a little bit about how to take this worldwide, because it's very, very important and powerful. We need your reading lists, by the way, and we need to read them, but also there are many things that we can do that are creative or different. Live courses that reach worldwide now is rather routine if we want to do it. Of course, a MOOC where you say that and it reaches millions of people, which it should. But one of the things we need from you is not only the thrilling enthusiasm and motivation, but actually what to do and the substance and what to read and what the curriculum is, because in most places, for reasons that Brian described, there are not people that know. And so what to do and how to address that, and how to use digital means to do a wider reach. I just want us to think about that, because I don't think there's resource limitations and so forth. There's just the question of what is the best way that we should move forward. So, Father James.
And maybe, Jeff, one difficulty that I find, maybe I'm limited, but how do we move to interdisciplinarity when specialization is so central? There are many ways to do it, but what is the most efficient way to do this?
We will discuss.
No,
yes, of course, I agree. Father James Dominic Rooney, Professor of Philosophy at Hong Kong Baptist University. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak to you today. My brothers told me when I said, oh, it's 7 to 10 minutes, I said, oh, that's a good Sunday homily time. So my Sunday homily for you today on a Friday is going to be a little different, perhaps, about the nature of education, liberal arts and the failure of liberalism. And like a good homily, I'll end with 3 points. John Rawls once claimed, the hope of political community must indeed be abandoned, if by such a community we mean a political society united in affirming a general and comprehensive doctrine. In his mind, the pursuit of the good with a capital G had to be subordinated to pursuit of the right in society or the just, because people fight over the good. The view that we can agree on these basic principles of justice, although we remain neutral on the higher questions of the good, remained influential for some time, but has already started to run into some serious issues in our own time. Some of us may know Alistair MacIntyre, who's now at Notre Dame, his criticism of the modern liberal state. He criticizes, he says, modern nation states are governed through a series of compromises between a range of more or less conflicting economic and social interests. And the outcome is that although most citizens share in such public goods as those of a minimally secure order, the distribution of goods by government, it in no way reflects a common mind, arrived at through widespread shared deliberation governed by norms of rational inquiry. What MacIntyre became famous for was criticizing the fact of modern liberal democracies as fragmenting our rationality. We have no shared moral vocabulary. Our notion of the virtues is scattered. In this room, we probably know as Aristotelians, as Confucians, as Taoists, that hard to explain to our students what these concepts are and how they apply to their lives, because most people start to impose their own syncretic understanding of morality. But since MacIntyre wrote those words, liberal ideals and institutions have come under more serious attack, I think. An American academic wrote this famous book now, Why Liberalism Has Failed. He argued liberalism has failed not because it fell short, but because it was true to itself. As it's become more fully itself, its inner logic has become more evident, and self-contradictions manifest. It's generated pathologies, a political philosophy that was launched to foster greater equality and defend a pluralist tapestry of different cultures and beliefs, protect human dignity, and of course expand liberty, in practice is now generating titanic inequality, enforces uniformity and homogeneity, fosters material and spiritual degradation, and undermines freedom. My point is to agree slightly with this critique. I will agree with it somewhat ironically. Start with where I agree. MacIntyre and Patrick Deneen are right that modern society we live in fosters and inculcates what an old Catholic bishop in the United States once called nothingism, taught by the public school system. Liberalism focuses on social and economic interests, often by avoiding questions of the good and leading to fragmentation for lack of a shared moral vision among citizens. And as we know today, that's resulted in some disastrous consequences. Liberalism is unable to defend the moral value of a free society against the assaults of people around the world against human rights and against a shared common life. Our educational practice mirrors this situation now, I think, consisting in a plurality of scientific facts or technical skills without anything to hold them together. Our contemporary practice in education, which for all its talk of interdisciplinarity, nevertheless finds itself in an increasingly technocratic, administratocratic, and utilitarian mode. Fragmentation is the inevitable result as we add more and more layers to administration in your university, as I share in mine. John Henry Newman, writing around 100 years ago from today, wrote this: "What has been the practical error of the last 20 years has been not to load the memory of the student with a mass of undigested knowledge so much as to force upon him so much that he's rejected it all. It's been the error of distracting and enfeebling the mind, implying that a smattering in a dozen branches of study is not shallowness, which it really is, but enlargement, which it is not. Whether it be the schoolboy or girl or the politician in the Senate, all have been the victims in one way or another of this most preposterous and pernicious of delusions. Wise men have lifted up their voices in vain, and at length, lest their own institutions should disappear in the folly of the hour, as we know in the United States with the disappearance of philosophy departments, but they've been obliged to humor a spirit which they could not understand and make temporizing concessions at which they could not but inwardly smile until disaster struck." Where I disagree with McIntyre and Deneen is that freedom is to blame. What we find is that many of our global challenges in governance are directly tied to a lack of moral force in justifying our ideals and institutions as integral and meaningful to living a good life as human beings. That breakdown was clear, I think, in many pundits' reactions in the West to the invasion of Ukraine, including Deneen and some of his compatriots, who went to defend Russia's claims that the spiritual legacy of the West was under attack by gays in the West, in Ukraine, and that this was defending the Russian world against the onslaught of Nazis in Ukraine. Some Western pundits even accused the West of fanning the flames and hypocrisy in their language of human rights and freedom. So too, the depiction of the conflict of the West as jealously guarding against the rise of civilizational powers has been a smokescreen, I think, sometimes for some of these other same concerns, what I might call the ideology of domination. Human rights, rule-based order, or democracy became equivocations in different mouths. Liberalism is weak stuff and has made our citizens incapable of having the robust and critical moral grammar to resist ideologies of domination. What we want to discover is who is right, and it's clear to me that someone is. Either a life in an open society is good for people or it isn't. Either people who are innocent have a right to defend themselves. Either aggression is wrong or it isn't. We can debate what the basis of human rights is, but we can't just go back and forth with jingoism. What we need is a moral defense. What I suggest today is education is one way in which we can remedy those defects without embracing a return to ideologies of domination. I don't think it's sufficient to resolve our problems in governance, but it's clearly a necessary one to be able to offer a justification for the free society, to be able to engage in moral deliberation together. What I want to suggest is the liberal education model, classical humanistic education, inherited from classical Greece through their scholastic successors in the quadrivium and trivium, and the Chinese tradition equally focused on the educational project of the classics. 3 points. The classical education had knowledge as an end in itself, and it was liberating. As Jushi famously said in his preface to The Great Learning, governance of men led through the fathoming of principle and the rectifying of the mind. The higher learning liberates us and is a counterpoint to the technocratic utilitarian model we often find in our own universities. Newman said it draws the mind off from things which will harm it to subjects which are worthy of a rational being. Classical or liberal arts education flourishes against skepticism, undermining our nihilism in the ability of our traditions to find truth and something meaningful to guide the good in our societies. Second, liberal education ennobles. It makes us recognize our worth as thinkers is not tied to sex or nationality. There's no Chinese or Vietnamese mathematics, but only truth, and the prince and pauper are equal in its light. It opens up the mind of individuals beyond the limits of our own time and place and founds the free society in that discourse. Lastly, liberal arts unite us in the truth. A free world and open society is united by its mode of deliberation, a commitment to convince others through logos, to pursue the truth together, rather than to impose our will through violence. That moral principle that government is for the good of its people and occurs through free and equal deliberation is what keeps us together. In the end, Newman has also a good reminder for us. By great authors, the many are drawn up into unity. National character is fixed. A people speaks, the past and the future, the East and the West are brought into communion with each other. In proportion as we master great literature in whatever language and imbibe its spirit, we shall ourselves become in our own measure the minister of like benefits to others, who are united to us by our personal ties and are within the sphere of our influence. Under places where the ideologies of domination reign, to tell the truth, to speak your mind, is often to sign your own arrest warrant. A regime that lives on lies and fear tries to disable the education of its citizens, insisting that rights to livelihood, food, money, and entertainment take precedence over knowledge and justice. This past week, I had a seminar with our Dominican brothers from Myanmar who are living under the military junta. The military closed precisely educational institutions, any that would oppose the regime. I was talking to the student brothers about natural law, the right to resist unjust regimes, the limits of possible resistance, moral conscience formation in hard times. The life of the mind is not for elite people. This is the last message I'd like to leave you. These three notions that liberal arts ennobles, educates, frees us. It's for the poor. It's for the poor who live under the situations of oppression to be taught the liberal arts, to have that preserved in their life, because it moves them beyond the hostile environment they are to understanding that truth and justice are more important. What we can do is to help people to see the lies for what they are, that they shouldn't sell their birthright for a mess of pottage, and that they too were made for truth and not to be slaves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful homily indeed, very powerful, and very, I think, a very important and interesting insight. Rawls thought we could somehow reach a consensus on justice without having to address the good at all. And I think what you're saying is that that's a very odd idea to begin with. Justice is also tough to reach a consensus, but one can also search for consensus of the good. What is the good? Which is an extremely important activity for society. And if I understand you, also, if I've interpreted properly, you're saying that the search for the good is not in violation with freedom. Freedom can allow for a common search for the good. Freedom doesn't excuse the common search for the good. It doesn't say, well, we're free, so we do what we want. It says we are free to search together for what is the common good. And I think it's an extremely important vantage point. I also think, from maybe a little naive, but from my experience, that even regimes like in Myanmar can come to understand that the universities are not the threat, and not to have a pitched battle between the universities and the regime, but actually are part of how the society can function better. And so I always try to find a path that is not a direct confrontation. I don't like the labels of governments, particularly even governments we may think are horrendous. have their own virtues or possibilities of virtues also. So I don't like to categorize them one way or another because that puts different governments into corners and creates self-fulfilling animosities and tensions. I don't want to oversimplify, but I always think that there is a potential for finding more common ground, and we need governments to understand universities are at the core of societies. They're not threats to power so much as the capacity of a society to function and to develop its ideas. And I do think that that's possible to find that language, or at least I hope so. Our fourth wonderful panelist is Sophia Eleftheria Gonida, Professor of Educational Psychology and Human Development at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki.
Be here with you today, and I would like to express my sincere thanks to Professor Jeffrey Sachs for his honored invitation, as well as to my dear colleague Nikos Theodosiou. But my special thanks are due to Professor Phoebe Koundouri and her excellent group, as well as to the Academy of Athens for organizing such a stimulating, wonderful meeting. So my talk today will be on educational communities in uncertain times as an educational and developmental psychology, as Professor Sachs has just said. So I will focus on school and educational communities during our times. And I will specifically focus on the need for sustainable learning and youth resilience. So we have heard several times during all these 2.5 days that we live in uncertain times. Seemingly apparent certainties are challenged by several phenomena such as technological advancements, migration and population mobility, climate change, we heard so much about that, socio-economic downturns, political instability, and nowadays we also experience our democratic values to be under dispute. In addition to all this, COVID-19 has created unprecedented challenges and changes and further increased our experienced uncertainty on a worldwide scale. We have all experienced the abrupt disruption of education. The learning process necessarily had to change from face-to-face to online. All members of school communities, students, teachers, parents included, have faced and still face several challenges in coping with these changes and in adapting to these new societal, economic, and educational settings. However, we all know that education per se, as a phenomenon, as a process, or as a set of processes, is constantly changing at the same time, modifying or redefining learning and teaching environments from very early age through the lifespan. So we as researchers, and particularly all those of us who work in relevant fields, are challenged to decode this increased complexity of educational processes at times of global change and uncertainty, and to introduce evidence-based practices and reforms to educational policymakers. We heard several times about the need policymakers to base their decisions on scientific data, decisions to be data-driven and scientifically based. So it's the same here, because we think that only evidence-based knowledge can bring some certainty, let's say, to the current uncertainty. So moreover, we know that there is a very large number of students in all educational levels and worldwide that face increased difficulties and obstacles. So we call them students at risk because they are indeed at risk for falling behind successful adaptation at school or college and for not completing education, and not only higher education, but also compulsory education. So we even, we heard Jeff talking before about thousands of students who don't attend schools, or our previous speaker talking about poor children who cannot access education. So by students at risk, we mean, of course, several groups, such as students with special educational needs, students having a migrant or refugee background, students with coming from the sexual orientation and gender identity minority, but also students who face severe mental health issues. And we all know that students with mental health difficulties have dramatically increased during the last decade, particularly after the pandemic, and we are going to face them in the coming years. But also, as I said earlier, there is a large pool of students disadvantaged socioeconomic, coming from disadvantaged socioeconomic backgrounds, who indeed are in great need to have access to education and to complete education. So all these groups are more likely to lack basic skills, such as literacy, numeracy, and digital competencies, as well as skills for self-directed learning, and are at higher risk for disengagement in education, poor academic outcomes, dropout, as I said, declined self-perceptions, future limited access to educational and work opportunities, life adversities, and ultimately to social exclusion. Moreover, we know that at times of global change and uncertainty, the risks are even increased. Recently, we experienced the problem of digital poverty, the problem of social distancing due to the pandemic, but also students having a migrant or refugee background are more likely to experience stress and trauma, and they bring all these difficulties during education and perhaps during their whole life. So, actions to be taken. So I will address 2 questions, and I will come to potential answers to these questions later on. So the first question is how to empower then all students, including the most vulnerable ones, like I just mentioned, students at risk, towards successful adaptation, study completion, and resilience to cope with adversities. In other words, how we can make our education more accessible. Because if we make our education more accessible, then we increase the likelihood for a more inclusive society. At the same time, in order to be able to empower our students, we need to find ways to support teachers and educators and other school personnel, and to support them to be well equipped for the future, and to be able to effectively support all students. And actually, we need to make them aware of the role of societal change in their profession and their lives, but also to let them be aware of their role in the societal change and in the change of the lives of their students. So the role of school and educational communities could be just drawing from our ancient wisdom to cultivate students' virtues, or if we wish to use our psychological vocabulary, to meet students' multiple needs and go beyond their academic needs, to embrace their social needs, their emotional needs, their personal needs. So we need students to be able to interact with others effectively, to regulate their emotions, but at the same time to be passionate for what they're doing, but also to have, let's say, the sense of autonomy or be self-confident for what they are doing. in a sense, and in other words, actually, we need to adopt more holistic, more systemic approaches, as my dearest colleague Sonia from the Aristotle University mentioned earlier. And actually, I was very excited, Sonia, to see how our talks, how close our talks are. You are an engineer, I'm a psychologist, but it's fantastic how fields communicate to each other. So we need to adopt more holistic, systemic approaches and to contribute to the development of students' academic, motivational, and socio-emotional needs, or in other words, to educate the whole child. And not only the whole child to adopt this systemic approach, but this approach should be also dynamic, because the whole child develops across the years, but the whole child develops within a context or different contexts, which also change as time passes. But in order to have all these, let's say, desirable outcomes, we can't have them all, actually, all these desirable outcomes, unless educators are very well prepared to foster students' virtues and critical competencies, to support students' need satisfaction and create optimal learning environments. So I will conclude with few recommendations, evidence-based recommendations, because as I said, we need to take actions based on evidence. So all these recommendations come from different psychological and not only theories that have been supported by evidence. So first of all, we should build powerful, peaceful, and constructive learning environments for all students. Students have the right to feel safe at their schools and have the right to have the sense of belonging, that they are an integral part in their schools, and not to feel excluded out of their learning environment. We have to focus on building communication and collaboration skills. We heard also so many things about the importance of communication, of effective communication and collaboration. Last night, Professor Sachs said that even for rivals, they need to sit down before a war and discuss and collaborate and communicate effectively. So students should learn to collaborate effectively with their peers, teachers with their colleagues, parents also, other school administrators, but also teachers with their students, teachers with their parents, or parents with their teachers effectively, because these are all very important and critical issues nowadays and come up in the literature very often. We also need to support the cultivation of the so-called competencies for the 21st century. So we need to support, let's say, our future citizens to respond, to be well prepared to respond to unexpected challenges, to actively participate and contribute to our society, to social progress, to peace, to sustainability, or as we could say, to common good, whatever we mean with that. We need also good thinkers. And in order our youth, our students to be good thinkers, they need to be self-regulated, but also co-regulated and critical thinkers. They need to plan, to be able to plan, to monitor their behavior, to evaluate their behavior and also others' behavior, and to be skeptical in front of what they are listening from the others. Nowadays, all students, and actually all of us, are exposed to tons of information, and much of them are misinformation and fake information. So our youth needs to be well equipped with those skills. Minister Kerameos also mentioned, talked about that. So we need to educate them to cultivate their skills to evaluate information and to select the valid and reliable information, and to be skeptical in front of what they are listening from the others. Active engagement. we have to encourage students to be actively engaged behaviorally, emotionally, and cognitively. We know from prior evidence that engaged students compared to their disengaged peers are 2.5 times more likely to have better learning outcomes and complete higher education, but also they are 4.5 times more, to be more hopeful for the future and to flourish in their lives, which is extremely important. Drawing from self-determination theory, which is a very popular and very important psychological motivational theory, our learning environments should be developed to satisfy the three basic psychological needs: autonomy support, competence support, and relatedness or connectedness, as we heard several times in previous talks. So students have to feel autonomous, that they can take decisions, but at the same time to build their competencies and to feel self-competent and self-confident, as we will see in the next block, and also to feel part of a network, of a connecting network, that they can have support when they need it, but also to be able to provide support to others of the same network. Also, we need to support our students' self-worth, self-confidence, and a positive mindset for self, because we are going to have good learning outcomes and optimal results only if we have self-confident students. If we have students who do not believe to themselves, who lack basic skills, then I'm afraid we can't expect much. Or students who are more academically, let's say, oriented, and we miss, let's say, the whole child approach. Equity, diversity, and inclusion. This is another very important issue. We have to raise awareness for diverse, minority, and disadvantaged groups, but also to raise awareness is not enough. We have to support educators to build, to acquire the knowledge and skills to support EDI groups. And in order to have all these things, we have to have very good educators. This is something that came up from different talks. We need to have well-educated and properly trained in our changing world educators, but also we need to have caring educators, caring for their students, caring for the society, caring for our youth, caring for our future. Teachers that will have, let's say, a broad and professional identity, which will go beyond their academic role and implement what we have just said. So, from what I have just described, I think it is important to see the point that we need students not only to be competent to learn, but also to like learning and to wish to learn. Yesterday, Professor Sachs differentiated wanting from liking. So we really want our students to like to be at school, to like what they learn. And this also comes from Aristotle, because Aristotle has said that thought by itself moves nothing. Without feelings of desire, the human capacity for rational thought would lack any power to act. And by all this, we will be able to develop and to build resilient, caring, and inclusive school and educational communities. And we will be able to work for sustainable learning, for skills development. We said about that we should not care only for the outcomes or the products of learning, but of the processes, how to acquire learning, how to develop our skills, because this is going to be for long. Sorry. And these resilient, caring, and inclusive educational communities will be our shield, our response in potential future times of unexpected crisis. And together with sustainable learning, they will contribute to active, virtuous, just drawing from our ancient wisdom again, and healthy citizenship, we also heard about that, sustainable development and democratic societies. Or simply saying, we want our education, or pedia, as Professor Sfendoni has mentioned several times, to be a source of positive change in our society. And actually, education is our hope in uncertain times. And this is, I will finish with that, this is the logo of a large conference we organize next year in August 2023 in Thessaloniki. It is the 20th biennial early conference. It's the European Association for the Research on Learning and Instruction. So we have the honor to host this conference next August, and our logo is education as a hope in uncertain times, and you are all very welcome. So thank you very much.
That was wonderful. Thank you very much. Not only cutting-edge research, but I would say very and utterly Aristotelian through and through. Aristotle would absolutely, if we could zoom in right now, which he would absolutely applaud that approach, and it's exactly in the spirit of the Nicomachean Ethics. So really wonderful. We have reached the end of this session with absolutely fantastic presentations. We're going to accelerate a little bit the schedule. So we'll have lunch right now at 2, but eat fast. We will reconvene at 2:30 to move everything forward 1 hour to give a little bit more space at the end of the day. So we'll have the final session 2:30 to 4:30, and then dinner will start at 8 o'clock at the Goulandris Natural History Museum. So bon appetit. We'll get started now. This is our session 6 on towards the 2023 symposium. So this wonderful workshop that we are having will be followed next year by an event in which we're aiming to welcome a large delegation from China. This was the original hope. We can also think about, of course, broadening the participation to other traditions as well and to other regions as well. We started with the concept of the Aristotle-Confucius Symposium as our starting point, because two great, deep and rich cultural and philosophical traditions at a time when most of all we need cooperation of East and West, if I may put it that way, or the US, Europe, and China. But of course we need cooperation of the whole world. And that is the most fundamental reason for this entire initiative, to find common bases of the common good, to believe that there is a way to search for a common good, and especially to honor and respect the idea of engagement in that search, dialogue and discussion and common brainstorming for a common purpose. So we will meet again next year at this time, and this last session is to discuss the preparation and ideas for next year's symposium. Let me make briefly a couple of points about the global scene in which we will be operating. Of course, I won't talk about the global crisis. We'll still have a global crisis next year, no doubt, on many different fronts. And so the need and purposes of the symposium, I think, will be overwhelmingly clear. At a diplomatic level, there are 3 important meetings that will take place between now and next year's symposium that I want to mention, or 3 pertinent milestones. One is a global summit on the future of education that will take place at the UN General Assembly in September. The UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network is deeply engaged with UNESCO on those ideas. We're going to have some workshops during that period. Many of the ideas of this workshop can now be presented to the UN General Assembly in side events around the September meeting. So, first of all, if you happen to be or would like to be in New York at the time of the UN General Assembly, that week of high-level meetings is the week of September 19, I believe, and there will be some workshops in the preceding week and some events during that week, but we will focus a lot of effort on this global education summit that the Secretary General has called. In 2023, there's one very notable anniversary that I think is extremely relevant for us, and one major event. The anniversary is that next year will be the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is a remarkable document. It could never be negotiated now. If you started, no doubt there would be 16 different factions, and the idea of the world agreeing on a universal Declaration of Human Rights would be a bit difficult. But in 1948, of course, in the aftermath of World War II and the Holocaust, there was an intense desire to find a common declaration. And as I mentioned briefly at the start, last night, Eleanor Roosevelt was the guiding spirit of the Universal Declaration. I believe that we need to find ways to reintroduce the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to this generation. Young people don't know it, need to know it. It only lives and operates if it is owned and operated by the young generations. And I don't see that happening necessarily in any way. And so I would like us to use the 75th anniversary as a way to reintroduce the Universal Declaration to a new generation that can see it as part of a heritage that should be preserved and extended. So I mentioned that. The second is that next year will be a summit of world leaders on sustainable development. It's the midpoint of the Sustainable Development Goals, which were initially dated 2016 to 2030. So next year is the midpoint. We are not halfway to the goals, that's for sure. Between the pandemic, the war, the dislocations and the chronic neglect of serious issues in any event, even in peace and non-pandemic times, we're far behind where the world could be. And of course, every day is part of the whole goal is to raise attention and awareness to what we should be doing, how we can pursue the common good and the common interest. When the SDGs were adopted, they were adopted on September 25th, 2015, immediately after Pope Francis spoke. Pope Francis said to the world leaders that morning that our interdependence obliges us to have a common plan for our common home. And this vision of a need for a universal plan is absolutely as urgent as ever. We'll have that summit. We can play and will play a role, an important role, in the preparation of that summit and in the kinds of decisions that can be taken. One thing that will almost surely happen is that what is now called Agenda 2030 will, I think, and for good reason, be rechristened as Agenda 2050. Not only because we're slow, but because the real work is a generation long. 2030 was never going to be an end point really to changing the global scene. That's why all over the world we're aiming at mid-century to accomplish goals like energy decarbonization. So I think what we will find next year is not only a recommitment, but actually quite seriously a deeper commitment to the ideas of sustainable development worldwide. We don't have the mechanisms, the tools, the insight, the governance, the politics to achieve these objectives yet, but that's why we're here, because we're trying to discover ancient wisdom for these purposes and new ways to unlock progress. So when we meet next year, it will also be just before a summit of world leaders. We will no doubt have some world leaders with us on the occasion of our symposium next year. The intention and the plan was Chinese and Greek leaders here, and we're counting on that, and I'm sure that others would like to participate as well. So the context of this closing session is that we have a year not only to plan and to await a return to this glorious place, but also a year of action, because a lot of what has been discussed already is actionable and crucial that we help put into the international agenda, whether it is the philosophical discussions, the climate initiatives that were discussed with the new climate hub, the education initiatives, the new PAEDIA, which I think this group needs to help create and is already helping to create. These are things that we will carry forward. We have, as always in all of our sessions, a remarkable roster of people. We're going to have Professor Chen Xia of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, but apparently he'll join at 3:30, which was the originally scheduled time, so he'll call in a little while. So if we could start on the list with Robin Wang, a professor of philosophy, director of Asia Pacific Studies of Loyola Marymount University. Thank you. Robin, thank you so much. And please, why don't you speak at the...
All right, I thought this is the last panel, and so this is
homework.
I'm very honored to be here and this magnificent place and beautiful people and amazing discussions. So I'm very moved with this last few days. And I also taking this workshop as invitation to explore the link between ancient wisdom and the modern challenges. Can we find the link? How should we go about it? So for me, I will think the problem today in the world, contemporary time, if I can use one word to describe, that will be aggression. So we see aggression at every levels, person to person, nation to nation, and humans to environment. So to address this problem, I like to start with three legendary heroes. That's the Chinese culture, traditional, and cultural heroes. We see these three heroes in different, wide range of text. In Mencius, in Zhuangzi, and then the historical materials. We see this, and this, now I have this kind of like quotations from Gordian, from excavated material. Talk about so now let's look at what are these three heroes about. These three heroes set model for political leaders, military generals, and the virtuous person to follow. So this is also come from the chapter called Respect Virtue. If we have some sort of virtue, what exactly that virtue be like? So let's go, there is three heroes. First, the hero called Da Yu, managing water. So Da Yu is the one learned from his father's mistakes, how to control, not even control, deal with flood. So he found a way to follow the nature of water, and now the building the dams and to stop flood, because his father tried 9 years, did not work. So he learned it, and going with the flow of water, he successfully gets things done. Secondly is Zhao Fu, riding horses. So this is riding horses is one of 6 Confucian Chinese classic education. So riding horses is a complicated task, because you want to look at the weather, terrain, and the temperament of horses, and also riders' psychological, mental, emotional state. So now how should you ride? You need, the riders should integrate the different elements into a coherent whole. And so Zhao Fu able to do so. The third hero is Hou Qi, and cultivate the land to take good care of earth. Hou Qi is the father of Chinese farming, and also talk about he is the one introduced the millet to humanity. Okay. So if we quickly look at these three heroes and ask human beings to follow, then question is there a common patterns we found within these three stories? Is there is a thread can tie these three things, three stories together? So I will think, now I pick up one term to describe. This is in Chinese called the zhou. It's very hard to translate. I can see maybe most close translation and also makes sense in English will be suppleness. So let's look at what exactly means this suppleness means. Let's look at the character itself. The character itself consists of two parts. One is the spear. Spear, on the right side, you can see Chinese ancient weapons. Spear on the first pointing part, the head is metal. It's tough, strong. But this hard and the strong has to supported by soft wood. So you see the wood is a body and the spear is hard. Another part is we see is wood. So rou, the bottom part is wood. If you put the three wood together, then become a forest. So clearly, this idea of rou derived from human experience with trees. Tree plays important roles in our life. Now, the tree, also I will look at the dictionary, the first dictionary, Chinese dictionary called the 说文解字, and the saying explains what the road means. It means it's a tree which has two modes, bending and straight. Now, bending means you can think about tree is rooted, have a root, rooted in the earth, yet bend in the wings. And it's like a bamboo. You bend with the wind, but never break. So rou is a part of this characters. And then another thing we can see in 说文解字, also think Confucius is rou. In here, take rou as moral characters. The kings should have rou to take care its kindness and compassion towards people. And this is, analysts talk about the friend is good at rou because good at care. Now, then there is a third meanings of rou is from Dao De Jing. So this is a Dao De Jing chapter 76. Quickly, I'm not read this, quickly saying, Dao De Jing talk about if we look at the trees, plants, are human beings. As long as there is life, there is suppleness, there is rou. The dead tree, dead plant, and the dead human beings, the things you know it, one, it's become stiff, brittle. And then secondly, it's easy to break. You think about if you break dead tree, it's easier than break out the a live tree. And when human beings, life left the body, first the symptoms will be stiff. Okay, so this, from this experiment, and Dao De Jing derives that therefore, rou, suppleness is a companion of life, and the hardness is companion of death. Now, this is one example. Another example I like to talk about is also from Taoism, is the idea of a human body. So suppleness is illustrated. First, of course, we can say snap of a bow, right? When bows, you have to bend it in order to fly far. If there is no bending, then there is no, you cannot go. There is no distance. Now, important for Tao is the idea to experience this rou from our body. Where body have a different mode, and then if here from aging people, you know, first thing you know you are getting old is your body being stiffness. So Dao De Jing also talk about we should return to infant because the infant is flexible, right? So this is really open up a different stories and also the way we think about human perception and also to rethink about the narratives of our action. So this is one I will say is examples I can see to support or to understand, to illustrate this idea of rou. Now, what do we do if we know we have the problems, global problem of aggression, and then what the philosophy can do? Right, so there's many ways we can approach these problems. Of course, yin yang, I wrote this book, yin yang, but I'm not going to talk about, but I will talk about the spirit of it. So in other words, how can we really apply this ancient wisdom, suppleness, in our contemporary time? I come up with 3 things. So one is yielding. What is this suppleness about? Suppleness is about create the space between you and the surroundings. It's yielding. Right? So this space is very important because that is how give us a chance to reflection and to take action. So this is this idea of wu wei or zhiran. They all think non-action, but I do think it's actually thinking about the space. We need space. Secondly is repositioning. Now, conflict, tension, fight is inevitable, but the solution should be multiple. It's not only violence and the control is the way to dealing with conflict. So how should we do it? Then we thinking about actually first, we will be repositioned to explore what is the cause of this conflict. And then I think maybe a better way to think about is martial arts. If we think about there is a kung fu fight, calligraphy, if you think about Chinese art, painting, they always have this kind of idea. If you push, you thread a punch, you avoid, but then you attack, called blending energy. This blending energy is used how to, just like riding horses, right? Pull, push, and pull. So in this here, in Zhao Fu, riding horses is you get it from your heart, but you respond from your hand. This is a push and a pull. And so to really have this sense of pay attention to surroundings, to understand our opinions, to understand the others, is a sense of engagement, connections. So I think this is the important things to think about what the role actually entails. Okay. The third is resonating. Now, resonating here, I mentioned is to pay attention to invisibles, inaudible, and also intangible forces. So this is we used to see in a Tao Te Ching, we confront in daytime, but we know night will coming, right? So we know there is many things when we engage, we see this world, there is many unseen elements. So we should enact it and also to understand, to connect, bring into light, bring into the presence, because this is presence and the non-presence are coexist. So should have this kind of more complicated way to thinking about the situations or the conflict, the problems. So this, then another thing I would want to see, this is actually my last slide, I want to make sure in 10 minutes. Okay, so now we think about the philosophy. We see the Greek philosophy starting wonder with the O. Okay? So we contemplate, the focus is question, what is truth? What is goodness? What is beauty? That's our pursuit. But then there is another kind of philosophical tradition that I use one, I say the wonder, so with the A. What is wonder is about? Well, literally you can see it's walking around in the wood and to connecting with the land, to at a sense of presence, right? So, but also the wonder with the A, it's about uncertainty. It's about the unfolding
it actually sense could be think about this unfolding the world. So it's like just how to direct energy, and it's not controlling energy, just like a 大禹 manage the water, and to going with it, with the flow. So this sense of wonder, the focus is where is the way? How can we solve these problems? And the power lying competence, not in control. Thank you.
That was absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. Let me raise one other issue for people to contemplate. Shall we make some kind of statement at the end of the meeting? The way that this could work, and when we're at the Pontifical Academy of Sciences and Social Sciences, we always do this. I think that there's so much wisdom that we have described and that we've heard from various participants, and it should be shared in some way. And at a minimum, I would like to share, or I think we might consider sharing a statement that we came together for a set of ideas and purposes, and found the discussion to confirm the motivations for this gathering and the importance of sharing this idea of searching for a common way, for a Tao for the world, and for sources of solutions to the global crises and so forth as important, and then stating some of the messages that have come out of our discussion. If that appeals, what I would propose is that Phoebe and I would make a draft that we would share with the group and plan over the course of a couple of weeks back and forth to iterate a common draft. Everybody would then be free to sign or not to sign, but typically, in my experience, everybody signs because we all end up drafting it together. And so it finds a very common purpose, which after all is our philosophy. So if we can't agree, we need to look more deeply at the way to do that. But I would propose that we summarize the meeting in a way that is a message. The message can be shared with fellow academics, and with we generally send the messages to the ambassadors of the United Nations and the Secretary General and other top diplomats, and I would propose that we do that.
Yeah, and mentioning of the next year's meeting as well as,
yes.
As an indication of continuation and the intention of looking into this deeper and continuing the discussions. I also wanted to ask you, each and everyone, to send their pieces. Most of you have done so, written text, but also PowerPoints. If you don't have written text, both. If you have both, we will create a press release where the videos of your talks, your text, your PowerPoints will be made available, and this will be on the SDSN website. So this will be completed with the statement that Jeff is talking about.
And please send your text, because if you see the statement and it doesn't have your wisdom in it and you haven't sent the text, that's your fault. So please make sure that you do send your texts in. So our next speaker is my wonderful colleague, Petros Mavroidis, who is Professor of Foreign and Comparative Law at Columbia Law School. Petros, please. Could you do it from here? No. Slide down. Okay. Yep. That's fine.
Where's this guy? You have to...
He will put it
You think
on.
so? I see nothing.
What is the name of your file?
Jesse, where is Jesse? He's the culprit. Doesn't have it?
Can you give us the name of the file?
Sure.
To escape. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry.
So we can read your lips.
Okay,
You want to read my lips? No more taxes.
This one which starts with
It's
July.
also, yeah,
July.
exactly.
July, right? Please put it here.
Αυτό δεν μπαίνει εδώ.
Δεν μπαίνει.
9.
Έχεις adapter εδώ. Μπορείς να ενώσεις το computer του.
Doesn't have an HDMI.
No.
Σε ποιον το έχεις, στην Μαρία?
Jesse, you have my file. They don't have it here.
Okay.
Should I start anyway or what?
Okay, in the meantime, put my 2 slides on until Jesse sends you the file of Petros. Sorry, Petros. It's okay. It was really planned so that I get to show 2 slides, okay?
That was the idea.
So I think following up on what Jeff said about the SDGs, about the Agenda 2030, about this agenda that has already been endorsed by national policies, and it seems like it's working. And it makes sense that we don't renegotiate another agenda after 2030, but we keep this agenda until 2050, follow the leadership of Europe. Europe is planning with a European Green Deal that has the target date 2050. I think it's quite important that you come to know this brilliant framework that Jeff and SDSN members have put together in order to operationalize the 17 SDGs. The 17 SDGs are too many to be prioritized by any government, but here, how brilliant this is. Here are 6 transformations that corresponds to ministries within national governments. They refer to education, gender inequality, health, well-being, demography, energy decarbonization, sustainable industry, sustainable use of land, water, and oceans, sustainable cities and communities, and the digital revolution for sustainability. These transformations include the implementation of all the SDGs at different degrees. So the message here is that we need 6 transformations, and for these transformations to happen, we need all the SDGs to be implemented. No SDG is fully implemented without the other SDGs being implemented. And here is how this is helpful. We've done an exercise to see how all European policies, European Green Deal, industrial policy, digitalization policy, and so on, correspond to these transformations. Just click in there. So that to investigate whether the current European policy framework can support with the same weight, with enough weight on each and every transformation, the transition to sustainability. And what we found is interesting, because we found that the current European policy framework can really support the transformation that is relevant for sustainable food, land, water, and oceans, and energy decarbonization. And this is an analysis that we did using deep learning approaches, machine learning approaches. It is very efficient, the current policy framework, to support energy decarbonization and sustainable industry. Less efficient to support sustainable cities and communities and the digitalization. And weak in terms of the policies that have to do with education and health.
which are the policies, the transformations that support the cohesion of the society. And why, without social cohesion, you cannot really transform. So this framework can really help you identify where you are succeeding and where you need to invest more. So it's a very practical framework. Jeff usually says this is an investment program for each nation to think of its future, its way forward, and it's really working if you are clever in using it. That was the thing I wanted to say, and that's why we would like to.
Exactly.
So, yes.
Okay. Thanks much for including Jeff, and thank you, Phoebe, for taking Jeff seriously. I mean, 10 minutes from now, you might never take him seriously again. Here goes. Oops, what's going on here? Okay, so, perfect. So this is, we agreed to speak about human rights in the world trading system, and I'm doing a positive account. There's not a normative account here. But I think that unless we know where we are, it's difficult to think where we should be. And there's a lot of misunderstanding about where we are in terms of human rights in the world trading system. So I do three things. I discuss first the GATT thing back in the 40s, WTO thing, and then where we're now, all in 10 minutes. Now, just before I start, I understand human rights. We don't have to agree on those things. It's a normal good. I mean, you buy more as your income increases. And when I look into empirical accounts, what do I observe? The basic human rights, you can find them more or less everywhere. The value-added human rights in democracies. I mean, you don't expect value-added. There's hundreds of empirical accounts. There are differences, but I think this is the one conclusion where you have an overlap. So what's the original GATT think about human rights?
You should explain what GATT is.
GATT is the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. This is how people trade around the world. Now, 164 members, practically everyone is a WTO member now. A common friend of ours, Bob Baldwin, in my view, wrote the best book about the GATT, and although I teach in the law school, I recommend an economics book to all my students to understand how the GATT works, because he put the whole GATT in 2 sentences. It's strong disciplines with respect to border measures, weak with respect to behind the border. Human rights is behind the border. So what's the GATT idea? Well, the GATT idea is you bind your tariffs, you abolish quotas, and then you do as you wish behind the border as long as you don't discriminate. And that's where we observe human rights. There is no discussion of human rights in the GATT for 2 reasons, in my view. First, again, there are hundreds of accounts, and there is an overlap in the literature. It was a set of like-minded players, the GATT. It was not 164 guys, 23. And essentially, it was the US and the UK. These are the 2 players who negotiated the GATT. Well, these guys, anyway, both of them, they observed human rights. There was no need, there was a liberal understanding permeating the GATT. On the other hand, there was another discussion, the ITO, which went much further than the GATT, but it never saw the light of day. So for those 2 reasons, the GATT didn't spend any time discussing human rights. And the end result is my last sentence. It's a sentence my permanent co-author, Henrik Horn, a Swedish economist, we love. The GATT is about equality of competitive conditions within, not across markets. I can be Denmark and have extremely high protection of human rights. I can be Senegal and have very low protection. We can both be GATT members as long as we don't discriminate behind the border. Now, over time, the GATT's membership becomes heterogeneous. It's not the original 23. And there are, I vulgarize a little bit, not too much here, but a little bit, it's acceptable. There are, let's say, 2 openings for the GATT. One is towards the Soviet bloc, state capitalists, and one towards the African states. But they don't renegotiate human rights in the GATT because both sets of countries are not important trade players. They account for less than .something% of international trade. So the GATT stays as is. Now, what's the consequence of this GATT thing that I described? In one sentence, the GATT allows you to have a right to react when I have moral externalities. So I'm the US, and I don't like the fact that XYZ country aids terrorism. I stop trading. I can do that. But the limits of this approach is the contribution of human rights to development has never been discussed in the GATT. So I can be, again, as I said before, on the high end of protection of human rights or on the low end, and we can both coexist in the GATT, even though membership has become heterogeneous. Now, when we move to the WTO, WTO continues the same recipe for integration, negative integration. One common policy, intellectual property, which is another friend of ours, T.N. Srinivasan, wrote the best paper, Transfer of Funds from South to North. But again, no discussion about where should we go with human rights or what have you. I don't want to bother you too much. This continues to be the WTO of today. But the WTO is not the only game in town as we speak. Actually, the WTO is becoming slowly irrelevant. And Gozi will tell you a different story, but I'm not a politician. If you look at the World Bank study of 2020, Michele Ruta was the lead author, the chief economist for trade now in the World Bank. It's crystal clear that intra-FTA free trade areas trade grows at a much faster pace than MFN trade, which Jagdish, another common friend of ours, calls LFN, the least favored nation. Now, with Henrik and Andres Sapir, we spent some time working for the World Bank, and we did a study on what happens in FTAs. And when you move into FTAs, which are like-minded players, you have lots of human rights provisions. Most frequently, labor standards and environmental protection, it's areas of human rights where the impact on competitiveness is almost direct. You don't see much on free speech and stuff like that, but you see here labor rights and environmental standards. And this is a tendency in the majority of, let me rephrase that. In all FTAs that the US has signed, and in the majority of FTAs that the European Union has signed. Even though you think Europe is a leader. There are European Union FTAs without similar clauses. We'll come back. We'll come back.
Leaders, but not in all circumstances.
Not in all circumstances, in some circumstances. Now, China is a game changer, and that's where we're now. But China, the original prediction, we did a book with Andre, who's a friend of mine for many, many years, on China's accession to the WTO. We checked the US Congress discussions, I think, quite thoroughly. Predictions were China would definitely become a liberal democracy, to China, a market economy, to China will become a liberal democracy. I mean, these are people, I mean, of course, there's a little bit of political coloring there, but that was the idea. So, well, WTO will transform. Now we know this hasn't happened. But what is the complaint against China? Nobody speaks about Tiananmen anymore. The complaint against China in both sides of the Atlantic is too much of state role in the economy. The distributional effects of trade liberalization stay with China, we get nothing from the pie. We cannot work together. As a result, many global value chains have been redesigned. There was a great paper a couple of weeks ago. I live in Switzerland, half my time in New York, in Neue Zürcher Zeitung, which is probably the best economics journal in Switzerland, by the head of the German China Commerce something, who said, well, we've redesigned almost everything so as to serve the Chinese market through Chinese companies and the world market through companies outside China, also because of human rights issues. Now then comes Russia. Russia ups the ante because now we talk about an invasion. But guess what? There is an informal vote in the WTO. Should we freeze Russia's participation? This is exactly what happened against Serbia in 1991, when they froze Yugoslavia's participation. Then they accepted one by one everyone except for Serbia. Didn't happen because Russia was not isolated in the WTO. And we talk here about an invasion. Now, where does this all lead me? And these are my last two slides. First, you see, we cannot go beyond, I cannot imagine more heterogeneity after the accession of China and Russia in the WTO. The WTO, until China had accommodated big market economies, small state capitalists, never a big state capitalist. China was the challenge. Widening of the membership, in my view, and deepening of integration is a zero-sum game. You cannot go very far in terms of discussing human rights in the WTO if you want to have everybody participate in the WTO. In the 40s, addressing human rights was premature and maybe unnecessary. Today, it's an impossibility. Furthermore, what bothers me more is this old idea that permeates philosophy to economics to politicians, from Montesquieu to Hirschman, who had a fantastic book, to Cordell Hull, Nobel Prize winner in 45, do commerce through trading. We will start looking alike and protect human rights and so on, seems to be more and more questionable. So with all this in mind, this is what happens. I mean, Yellen is a liberal person, saying maybe we should rethink trade, maybe we should start thinking in terms of friendshoring, look for the guys we feel comfortable working with before looking just at trade benefits. There's, of course, the opposite view, which that's where I'm working now with the former chief economist of the World Bank, Bernard Hoekman, and another friend of ours, Doug Nelson from Tulane. The issue sharing, where can we agree? And I think the challenge for this group, I mean, the idea I think that Jeff had is how do you tilt the balance from friend-shoring to issue sharing and try to understand to what extent we can come up with common themes that we can functionally work with. So I don't think he paid me a first-class ticket from New York just for this, so I have my 5 cents here. How do I view things? And with this I conclude. We looked with Bernard and Doug so far in the literature, so to see how do people understand all this discussion about multilateral cooperation. Don't be upset because we're pro-European. So you have on the one hand the European view, which is what we call here unfair. Now what does Europe do? Europe says, well, you don't do environmental laws the way I understand environmental laws. I impose CBAM taxes, no? Or whatever taxes, exactly. On the other side of the spectrum, you have the Agreement on Trade Facilitation, which is our preference, at least. I'm not saying we're right, that's our preference. Bernard, Doug, and myself, and Michele now joined in, which is I care. Now, how do I understand I care? How do I provide incentives to bring people along in the mindset that I think should be the optimal mindset to guarantee multilateral cooperation? So you did a lot of work on GSP, and you remember that all these S&D provisions essentially meant one thing. I never observed the WTO. WTO became policy relevant for developing countries. The ATF approach is the exact opposite. How can I include those who lag behind into the WTO by assuming some to the totality of cost in order for them to come along? Because it's easy to say, everybody, I guess if you go out and you ask the world, nobody will say we should not have high environmental standards, high labor standards, high this and high that. But all these policies are very costly, and somebody has to assume the cost. Now, what the ATF does is provide the forum where the cost will be shared in more, let's say, fair manner, whatever fair means, so they come aboard and not lag behind. This is our preference and not, I hate to say, European approach.
Although border share regulation has not been agreed yet,
Don't get me, Phoebe, don't get me started. I can give you 50 examples of European taxes on environment. Exactly, I mean, okay. Come on. Thank you very much.
I'm going to translate that from economics to philosophy for just a moment, because it's crystal clear analytically, but there are too many acronyms for you if you're not in this business. So I just want to clarify a couple of points, if I may, but these are Petros's points, so forgive me if I get anything mistaken. But very quickly, the GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, was the first global agreement on how trade should be restored after the Great Depression and World War II. The idea was to make an open trading system. Petros was describing that when that was done, questions were not asked, are your workers free? Do you have child labor? Are unions illegal? All of those questions were not part of the story. What was asked was, what is your trade policy? Do you discriminate Canada versus France? Do you distinguish between different groups of countries? Not what happens within your border. That regime, policy regime, lasted until the 1990s. Then it was superseded by the WTO, the World Trade Organization. That was a long negotiated treaty. That's the governing global trade framework. And Petros was explaining that in WTO, it continued on. And his very astute historical observation is that at the beginning, it didn't much matter because it was mainly a group of similar countries, Europe and the US coming out of World War II, now we're trying to start trade again, were more or less on the same page. Then came China. China entered the WTO 2001. China entered WTO 2001. Ex post, it is said, though to me it's an unbelievably naive idea, but I believe in the naivete that American policymakers thought, well, after China opens trade and so forth, they'll look like us. So China will become it'll have an electoral college and 50 states, and it'll be just like us, speaking English and everything else. That was no doubt the sophisticated US view. In other words, wacky. But now, 20 years later, China's a great success, a phenomenal success, but it doesn't look just like us. And so America says, we don't want to trade with you anymore. You're cheating. And China says, we're following the rules, the international rules. Well, these rules no longer apply. Yes, but we're part of the same organization. Well, that doesn't matter. We're the United States. We do what we want. And this is where we are in that discussion, which is that the US does something, imposes unilateral trade. China takes it to the dispute settlement mechanism of WTO, is found in violation, and the US says, so what? We're the United States. Is that fair? Okay. So then comes Russia and all of the rest of the problems. Then comes the ATF. I don't know what the ATF is. What is the ATF? Sorry? The trade. You see, okay, I'm one acronym behind, probably 20 acronyms behind. I teach international trade after all, but I haven't taught it in a while, but that used to be my title. Okay, so what's happening is FTAs, not ATFs, but FTAs, the free trade areas. These are bilateral or coalitions that are not global, but regional or like-minded countries or friends of the United States or friends of somebody else. And within those agreements, there's more about human rights and environmental rights and so forth. And the main point is we don't have a global system that incorporates human rights. But even what we mean by human rights is profoundly contested, because human rights in the US means something very different from human rights in China, in a completely bona fide way, by the way. So the United States does not accept what Franklin Roosevelt said was human rights, because he included economic rights, and that's part of the Universal Declaration. But when it came time to codify economic rights in the world by the UN Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the United States didn't sign, even though it had started the process under the two Roosevelts, Because by then, the United States says, we don't recognize economic rights. Ooh, that might mean rich people have to pay taxes to pay for poor people. So they didn't accept economic rights. So just to point out, this is fraught with problems because we have different systems and because we have different conceptions about what human rights are. If you look at the Universal Declaration, human rights are political, civil, economic, and come social and cultural rights with the covenants of the 1960s. But this is now, we choose this one, but we don't choose this one. We choose this one, we don't choose this one. And we have hugely politicized this question, often for not honest reasons. An example, very relevant, is that the United States has accused China of genocide in Xinjiang. This is a not only completely unjustified accusation, it was rejected by the State Department lawyers, but politically they wanted to make this. This is a US political attack on China. And that is true whether there are human rights violations or not. There is not a genocide. And so this has become highly political between countries as well and used for instrumental reasons. But what's important is we don't have a system of coherence when we talk about the multilateral rules-based system. It is not a coherent system that integrates the environmental, the social justice, the human rights issues across the various domains. And that's why the system, and it's getting worse and more contested. And this is a huge part of our problem, and it is fundamentally what brings us here, because the system is falling apart. It's not the same countries, it's diverse countries. And we're here because we think that somehow through this, there's a strong common interest of humanity in finding a common course. But institutionally, and Petros said at the beginning, he's going to look at as it is, not as it should be, positive, not normative. And positive in economic lingo is positivism, meaning what is there out there? Not that it's good, but that this is how it is. And how it is a complete mess right now and getting worse. And I was with the G20 foreign ministers online this morning, and it is so tense and fraught, it's unbelievable. It's just falling apart if we're not careful. And this is exactly why our discussion is really so crucial. So I just wanted to clear the acronyms, because we live in an acronym world, and really the whole point of my talk was to find out what ATF is, because I didn't know, but now I know.
I must say that this was the most familiar presentation.
Exactly.
And on the environmental dimension of this mess that Jeff is referring to, it's quite important to understand that although many countries have pledges for implementing the agreement on climate change and other environmental agreements, the state of policy, transposition, translation of these pledges is very different across the globe. So some countries, some continents have translated those pledges into policies, and these policies have to be implemented, and they have to be implemented in respective of issues that have to do with who is able to implement. We have to find a way to finance in a fair way those who cannot, and be able to collect income for these finances for those who can, who have the technology to be decarbonized, who have the technology to be clean. This is another thing that it can be solved only through collaboration. And it's crucial because it's also detrimental for those with the high environmental standards, for Europe as well, as you know. So I stop talking.
No, that's perfect. And just let me add again for the philosophers who don't follow this debate, Europe is way ahead of the rest of the world in environmental standards. So European industries are saying, we can't compete with dirty industries abroad. And Europe's proposal is to put a carbon border tax or adjustment mechanism. The world's authority on that is Petros. Petros will tell us, I think, that this is compatible with WTO, if I am correct. But the question is, what can you do yourself in this imperfect international situation when the trade rules are not clearly defined so that you can move faster on environment than others? So all of this is to say, our talk about finding a common understanding gets translated, are there a common set of rules that we can live by when we are dealing with the bread and butter issues? How does trade work? How does finance work? Who can stop what from crossing which borders? Because we're trying to have, or the idea is to somehow protect a rule-based system, not a complete arbitrary system, but to have a rule-based system, either one hegemon writes the rules, which we don't want, or we have a shared understanding. And we can't have a shared understanding unless we have a common framework and a common language, or at least a minimum consensus on which we can agree. And that is what has become so difficult to achieve and getting harder and harder, in fact. So our next speaker is Professor Shen Xia, and I think she's online.
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Professor Chen, thank you for joining us. Professor Chen is at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, our partner for next year's symposium. And we're delighted that you're joining us today. Professor Chen, we've had a wonderful 3 days of discussions and really intensive dialogue about Moism, Confucianism, Aristotelian thought, and it's, I think, been extremely enriching. I think I speak for all of us in saying how it is inspiring us to look forward to next year's symposium. And this final session is our bridge to next year. So let me give the microphone over to you. And
thank you very much. Thank you for inviting us to this platform to exchange ideas. I think it's really important for people from different countries and grew up in different civilizations to exchange their understandings of the world and the problems that we are facing and the tradition we have, we share, to reach an agreement, to us to better understanding what's happening in the world. I think it's really a good chance for scholars from different parts of the world to come here to exchange ideas, and I wish we can reach better understanding of each other, and then to have a better salvation to the problems we are facing today. My topic for tonight is about the environment. My topic for tonight is, do human beings only bring negative value to nature? A weak anthropocentrism perspective. Sorry, I didn't make a PDF, but I would like to share my piece after the presentation. My topic will bring us back to the ancient world. Nowadays, the degradation of the environment is threatening our planet. The climate has changed dramatically in just a few decades. The air, water, and soil has been polluted. Up to 1 million animal and plant species face extinction. Wildland has been subject to attrition. What are the reasons behind this phenomenon? There are undoubtedly natural changes that human beings cannot control, but we human beings are also causes for ecological imbalance. This is a part related to us. Our worldview, our model of thinking, our lifestyle have severe impact on the ecosystem. If these thoughts and ideas remain unchanged, the ecosystem will always be subject to destruction and damage. Therefore, we should ask, what should we behave? What is the value of human beings? In the studies of ecological ethics, there are two views categorizing the relationship between human beings and the natural world. One, anthropocentrism, and the other is non-anthropocentrism. While anthropocentrism believes that morality is a unique human phenomenon, non-anthropocentrism holds that natural objects possess not only extrinsic values, but also intrinsic values. It regards all living creatures as moral subjects with the same rights as human beings, and believes that ecological problems are caused by anthropocentrism. They believe that human beings have low value to nature or even bring negative value. Nature can survive without human beings, but humans cannot survive without nature. In China, next to Confucianism, the most important and influential philosophical spiritual tradition has been that of Taoism. As an oldest indigenous philosophical spiritual tradition with a history over 2,000 years, Taoism has had a great influence on various aspects of traditional Chinese culture and has been an inseparable part of it. I would like to share some of its thoughts, which I believe is relevant to our session. Aristotle, Confucius, Symposium on Ethics for the 21st Century. Taoism believes that both anthropocentrism and non-anthropocentrism has gone too far. While the former denies nature, the latter denies human beings. Both are not conducive to restoring a good relationship between man and nature. In Taoism, human beings and nature are both necessary for a harmonious ecological relationship. One Taoist classic discusses the interdependent relationship between human beings and the myriad of things on earth. It says, without humanity, heaven and earth would not stand. Without heaven and earth, human beings would not be born. Human beings rely on nature to survive. Although the extent to which human beings depend on the natural environment varies in different historical periods, the essence of human dependence on nature has never changed. The history of humans have proved that the environment is powerful leverage for social development. No matter how far the civilization has progressed, humanity must always rely on nature, the basis of its existence and growth. So human beings should be humble in front of nature, for our existence relies on it. More importantly, we model the way nature operates to improve our life. Nature has its operational principles independent of human beings. So, but what does this, why the scripture also says that, argues that without humanity, heaven and earth would not stand. Does not non-anthropocentrism believe that human beings can only bring negative value to nature? Why does Taoism hold that heaven and earth need human beings? In what aspects? What are the characteristics and values of humanity? The scripture explains, heaven and earth without human beings would be like a person lacking spirits, an empty form that could not stand. That is to say, heaven and earth without the spirit human beings provide would be like a person who possessed form but lacked internal spirits. What remains is just a skeleton. It is intriguing to see how Taoism locates human beings between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth need human beings because they are the critical variables in the human-nature relationship. Nature gave birth to humanity and is nature's supreme masterpiece. But in a way, human beings have evolved beyond the nature's restriction. Animals change their physical structure to adapt it to the environment. But humans change the environment to satisfy their existence and development. They deal with the challenges of nature in a cultural way. As far as we know, humanity is the highest form of natural evolution. In addition to biological instincts, human beings can also take the initiative to set up their goals. One of the outstanding features of humans is to create meaning and goal for life. In the complicated system of nature, humanity is the only living creatures who can define his purpose and make judgments about nature. According to Lao Tzu, the old philosopher, he says man models himself after earth. Earth models itself after heaven. Heaven models itself after the Tao, and the Tao models itself after 自然. 自然originally means self-soul, or what is naturally so. Tao models itself after the self-soul. There is no prior regulation on how things should be. Human beings make all regulations according to their will. In other words, humans create things from nothingness, which is indeed the highest achievement of the natural evolution. Since humans create goals and constantly reinvent themselves and the world, they possess enormous power that other species cannot match. This ability of man is a double-edged sword. He can bring prosperity to the world, but he can also destroy many things. If his free creative agency is not played properly, it will affect the rise and fall of all things and the balance of the entire ecosystem. So Taoism underlies this. The myriad of things in the world, their destinies are tied to heaven, their roots to the earth. That it is humans that operate them and decides their destiny. Taoism elevates man to a high position to be in charge of the fate of all things. How come? The high position is to emphasize humans' responsibilities and obligations. Such a Taoist view is neither anthropocentrism nor non-anthropocentrism. We can use the term weak anthropocentrism. It does not advocate human beings' arbitrary control and occupation of nature, nor people's extravagant waste of natural resources. On the contrary, it believes that human beings should shoulder responsibilities to maintain the ecological balance and the prosperity of nature. It urges human beings to exercise the sacred mission of caring for other species, be rational, and use moral strength to broaden visions of moral care, respect the behaviors that violate the laws of nature, and coexist harmoniously with all things in nature. If people wrongly use their power, it will bring serious consequences. Taoism does not encourage people to override everything. The weak anthropocentrism Taoism advocates emphasizes human responsibility and duty, which embodies the human-centered spirit of sustainable development. As the most efficacious creature of all things, humans should assist heaven and earth in nurturing all things. As a result, it will overcome the arrogance of anthropocentrism and broaden the subject of moral care. It will also cancel the derogation non-anthropocentrism brings to human subjectivity. Weak anthropocentrism holds that it is human beings' indispensable duty to maintain ecological balance. People should shoulder their responsibility. Is not a negative value in nature in this way. They become the advanced life form that treats nature as an essential part of their life. According to Taoism, nature and man are interdependent. Man relies on nature, and nature sublimates spirit and morality from humanity behavior. When we are thinking, the world is thinking. When people try to understand the world, it is the world that is understanding itself. When people practice morality, the world is practicing morality. Today, the construction of an ecological civilization needs to draw wisdom from traditional cultures, such as Confucius and his followers, from Laos and Taoism, from Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and thinkers from other civilizations. Everyone should shoulder the responsibility to rebuild a close interdependent relationship between man and himself, man and man, and man and nature, to cherish the nature and society in which we spend our whole life. This is my talk. Thank you very much for listening. Thanks a lot for the organizers and co-organizers of this important gathering. I'm open to criticism and questions. Thank you very much.
Professor Chen, thank you very much. Thank you for your wonderful words. We've now had two fantastic lectures on the way, on Tao, and we're really grateful for that. We're excited for you to be here next year in person with many colleagues, and I think what we see is really a very exciting base of that we've heard both from the Greek tradition and the Chinese tradition about the balance with nature that can build I think, a very important shared set of insights. So we're really grateful for you, and you'll send your words, your speech, because we will have everything collected in a shared Dropbox to study. Thank you very much. We'll move on now, actually, to the rest of the panel. And our next speaker is Professor Thanasis, Professor of Philosophy at University of Athens. Thank you.
So, thank you for being here. There is glasses here. Yeah. Most of you, and in my short presentation I will try to do what one expects from a philosopher. That is to raise some doubts on what otherwise is widely accepted as a kind of a self-evident presupposition. In concrete, I will try to raise some doubts on an expectation implicitly formulated in our own workshop, the expectation that philosophy is something immediately useful for the world of praxis, or that ancient wisdom can have an immediate relevance for the challenges we face today. In the short time available, I will not pursue this topic by considering the historical dimension, i.e. the ruptures dividing antiquity from modernity. I will only give a rather ahistorical overview of some crucial questions arising here, and I will try to pursue this on the footsteps of Aristotle, whose view I will briefly outline on the background of some other famous approaches. The first approach is the well-known Platonic theory, or more precisely, the theory advanced by the Platonic Socrates in the early Platonic dialogues. This is the famous position that knowledge is virtue. Knowing the good is enough for acting ethically. Philosophy, as the culmination of knowledge, is necessary and sufficient condition for a perfect behavior in the world of praxis. I would describe the Platonic view as a theory that proposes an immediate relevance of philosophy for praxis. In modern times, some philosophers have seemed to be more hesitant in accepting such relevance. We have here, for example, the famous Marxian thesis. It is the well-known 11th of the thesis on Feuerbach. This is number 2 in your handout. Philosophers have hitherto only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change it. Marx juxtaposes here a neutral understanding of the world to its transformation, which goes in parallel with a transformation of philosophy into revolutionary practice. In other words, philosophy per se cannot have the immediate relevance expected. It can attain this relevance only if abolished, or at least transformed to something else, to a kind of revolutionary meta-philosophy. A diametrically opposed approach is offered by the most important philosopher of the modern age, Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. In the preface to his Philosophy of Right, Hegel writes, text 3, "The owl of Minerva spreads its wings only with the falling of dusk." The owl, representing philosophy, shows up when the events have already been accomplished. When the battle has been decided, the blood has ceased to flow, and the dust has settled, allowing now the landscape to be safely viewed. Hegel's view is apparently to some extent an avant la lettre refutation of the Marxian claim. Hegel's dictum might be translated in the following way, 3a, "Some philosophers have hitherto tried to change the world. The point of philosophy, however, is to understand it." This is the background against which I would like to outline the Aristotelian position. Aristotle takes here a kind of a middle position. He favors only a mediated relevance of philosophy, which is possible only under certain circumstances and preconditions. And he does so by laying emphasis on the tensions entailed in this expectation. The major breakthrough of Aristotle was the thesis that the practical dianoetic excellence, the famous phronesis, is an allo eidos gnoseos, a different kind of knowledge, not to be confused or identified with theoretical knowledge. The excellence of phronesis is a distinct way in which the soul has truth, alethevy, by no means inferior to theoretical wisdom, sophia, science, episteme, or mind, nous. As we all know, Aristotle rejects any practical efficiency of the Platonic idea of good, but does demand a usefulness for his own practical philosophy. This usefulness is stated explicitly, but is possible only under specific preconditions. The purpose of Aristotle's ethical treatises is stated in several passages. The most well-known is probably the one you have under 4a. What is more, because they, the young people, have a tendency to be led by the emotions, it will be without point or use for them to listen. Since the end of my teaching or treatise is not knowing things, but doing them. A few pages later, in the Nicomachean Ethics, the present undertaking is not for the sake of theory, as our others are, for here we are not inquiring into what excellence is for the sake of knowing it, but for the sake of becoming good, since otherwise there will be no benefit in it at all. And two further passages foresee in practical matters, the goal is not to theorize and know about each of them, but rather to do them. And for D, the goal of theoretical science is theoretical truth, whereas the goal of the practical science is action. On the other side, some form of phronetic awareness, or more broadly, some form of ethical quality, is for its part a prerequisite for understanding practical philosophy. This comes out in the demand that Aristotle makes on those who listen to his lectures. Text number 5. Each person judges well what he knows. This is why a young person is not fitted to hear lectures on political, i.e. practical matters. For he is unexperienced in the actions that constitute life, whereas what is said here will start from these matters and actions and will be about these. Aristotle insists here on what we might call the substantial presuppositions of Aristotelian ethics. The listener must have the necessary education in the field addressed by ethical teaching. That is, she must possess a minimal knowledge of praxis and life in general. But what is this knowledge? This is not a neutral, detached expertise in the form of a theory of human beings, for this is what, among other things, the lectures on practical philosophy are expected to provide. The knowledge presupposed here requires a certain familiarity with the topic of the teaching, but this familiarity, which is reasonably posited as a prerequisite for any teaching and learning, takes within the context of ethics a specific emphatic form. The prerequisite for successfully attending to and understanding the Aristotelian ethical treatise is not a kind of epistemic knowledge, but the pre-existence of an at least minimally acquired ethical quality. The immoral person, especially in the form of an akolastos, a self-indulgent person, is a priori excluded from comprehending an ethical treatise. These passages confirm that practical philosophy is a form of knowledge with a distinct divergent character and aim. Not only does it presuppose the existence of an elementary moral quality, but it also aims at its strengthening. Aristotelian ethics incorporates and formulates from the beginning a practical aspiration. Its purpose is not simply to know the realm of action, but to help its addressees move within it successfully, i.e., to act morally and virtuously. Aristotle, however, does not offer a conceptual clarification of the way in which that aim has to be accomplished by ethics. He ultimately confines himself to a plainly metaphorical illustration of this intended influence and relevance. It runs as follows. This is the 6th and last text you have on your handout. Could it be then, he writes, that the knowledge of this ultimate good has great weight for our life, and that if we had this knowledge, we would be, like archers with a target, more successful in hitting the point we have to hit? The metaphor of the archer tries to demonstrate the way in which practical philosophy can contribute to praxis. And yet, locating the target, as ethics is supposed to do, does not obviate the need for mastering the art of archery, i.e., the actual development and implementation of the virtues. The agent cannot spare herself from the burden of her own decision by delegating it to a moral treatise. What we can expect from ethics is a kind of assistance in the conscious avoidance of certain deviations, inasmuch as it helps rational consideration to keep before it the ultimate ends of its actions. Philosophical ethics, by outlining phenomena, helps moral consciousness to attain clarity concerning itself. We cannot, however, expect from ethics an immediate impact on our own lives and on our world. For this, we have to be good archers, and this is not something we learn from ethics. Thank you for your attention, and I have also laid down two topics, two proposed topics for the 2023 symposium, as we probably were expected to do. The one is Ancient Philosophy and Modernity, Continuities and Ruptures, and the other one is the question if and how practical philosophy can affect and shape the world of praxis. Thank you.
Excellent questions, and since Aristotle asked them too, good for us to ponder them as well. So extremely helpful and wonderful also the range of quotations. Next is Professor Paraskevalopoulou. How about that? Getting a little better. Former Minister of Justice, Transparency, and Human Rights. We're honored that you're with us. Thank you.
So, good evening all. Participating in this excellent workshop. Of course, I am deeply honored and happy for this. I would like to express my feelings of gratitude. I'm thankful to Professor Jeffrey Sachs for the invitation. So, trying to connect Aristotelian philosophy, justice, nature, and Aristotelian and artificial intelligence, of course, it is a very complicated task and issue, and the speaker has to be extremely ambitious to handle it. I found support. The Aristotelian concept of equity has been of help to for the formation of some connections, associations, and thoughts. So, whether ancient philosophy stays resilient when confronting AI is an issue worth reiterating to discover an assortment of fresh answers. Logic, realism, and rationality construct the classical Greek concept of science. Logic requires certainty, but nature and society do not provide it. Theorizing knowledge and rationality, Aristotle conceived a kind of ground truth and a tool to correct assumptions, mistakes, provisions, and rigid law. Aristotle counts equity a virtue within the broader conceptual cycle of ethics. To include this concept within the domain of justice is to transcend mere subsumptions and engage in an exercise of a law-correcting function. In short, equity does not contradict justice, nor is it something dissimilar or detached. Equity is justice in its own right. The equitable rectification of law is not simply inspired by the logic of the nature of things, but is indeed oriented towards leniency. Aristotle essentially associates it with proportionality. As a key concept to comprehend justice and methodology, as well as a remedy for imperfection, equity is a better law. Its restorative function testifies that the law possesses, or at least launches from, a corporeality which it cannot dispel. The physical hypostasis is also acknowledged in politics with the classic Aristotelian outlook that the city-state, the society and the city-state is a natural growth and that man is by nature a political animal. Thus, Aristotle considers that the scientific cognitive characteristics of the law precede the normative ones. The contribution of Aristotelian perspectives regarding the natural substance of law and the concept of equity to the evolution of science and of legal discipline in general remain strong. The Stagirite's view of a material world survived after classical Newtonian physics, and its correlation with modern atomic physics has been meticulously scrutinized. Professor Svedoni is present here. Therein, the importance of purpose for the understanding of nature is neither under nor overestimated. That is, it does not suffice to shunt the empirical approach. The evolution of society and science in our times reaches the propagation of artificial intelligence as a turning point. This introduces new systems of knowledge and decision-making. Achievements such as big data and deep learning and the possibility to transform the economy and the state organization. Thanks to AI, for some, we have entered the golden age of social orderliness. For others, the road to hell is paved with well-intentioned algorithms. All the same, our central hypothesis also begs the question: can the cognitive priority of the natural social world in the fields of science and justice and the Aristotelian outlooks on law and equity still endure amidst such a profound change? So the kernel and intention of science is to know things, yet these things remain multifaceted, chaotic, fluid, and relational. Presently, and in the perceptible future, it is impossible to imagine a world without new or unprecedented events and occurrences. The idea of a universal and definitive storage and availability of knowledge in an Internet of all things does not seem to appear on the visible horizon. In a Januszian fashion, new technologies both facilitate and impede knowledge gathering. From Aristotle to the contemporary frequenters of deep learning, everyone acknowledges the preponderance of memory. Information intake becomes possible or affordable when observers draw connotations to their external environment. We vividly remember what we saw or learned in a journey we took so long ago, yet we forget yesterday's news or chores. Thanks to memory, the Aristotelian assumptions are created as patterns which enable significations. In fact, if working online we cannot arrange knowledge gathering in space and in time, then we cannot rationalize, given that reasoning presupposes a clear distinction between beginning, middle, and end. In lack of sufficient memory and reasoning, we risk to end up with less, weaker, and more forgettable knowledge. The explainability of the algorithmic extract has also an impact on the efficiency of the human mind to justify and therefore engage in cognitive processing. Explainability requires the application of transparent procedures, the usage of palpable and ex-post data, as well as compatibility with human and natural laws. The pursuit for such compatibility reduces the efficiency of digital labor, as well as the speed and plausibility of resorting to deep learning methods. However, explainability remains essential both at the scientific level and on the political context, as democracy presumes transparency and accountability in public decision-making. Unavoidably, we need to address a similar question concerning the legal science. For instance, is the concept of equity compatible with artificial intelligence? In the future, will a legal textbook describe a robot judge who mechanically states, "Sorry, your case is not envisaged in the system," and remains rigid from then onwards? Or could an algorithm ensure equitable outcomes? A quick answer would affirm that yes, equity is attainable in AI if justice and meekness are introduced as commands during the initial programming of numbers. If this is not the case, the equitable solution simply does not emerge. The first caveat here stems from pluralism. What ethical notions will be fed to the digital system when the relevant perspectives are so diverse and abundant? Will big data help identify which opinions are worth of consideration and inclusion in the system? If so, then a causality dilemma between ethics and data will leave us wondering which came first, the chicken or the egg. The second caveat is structural from an AI point of view. Every algorithm works by generalizing and utilizing probabilities. An inevitable dilemma surfaces in this context. In an attempt to abide by core values, such as privacy and fairness, the system designer deliberately restricts racial or gender inputs, thus risking losses in descriptive and predictive accuracy. Hence, to maximize fairness, one abates accuracy and vice versa. Professor Barbara Hammer yesterday told us that fairness is at odds with accuracy in AI. The second caveat is structural from an AI point of view. Excuse me for this, given this antagonism at the heart of ethical programming, the ineptitude of a program to weigh data and enter into the system, as well as to avoid probabilistic speculation, a perfect ethical or nature-based algorithm is impossible. Therefore, a restorative feature is essential. This, however, is not conceivable without feedback from the empirical world. So, equity becomes compatible with the digital system to the extent that the latter is understood as an imperfect apparatus. So, concluding, logic presupposes certainty. AI needs accuracy, and any prospect of retreat from its development would be a very bad idea. Complications, however, arise as probabilistic predictions, fairness, leniency, and interaction with fluent natural and social circumstances are also vital human concerns. Contradicting certainty, humanity needs a modest consciousness of imperfection and correcting tools to find solutions, such as the classic concept of equity. Finally, a complementary appeal to the Aristotelian reasoning and to AI could guarantee the sustainable development of smart machines serving human preferences. Please excuse me for my English, not at all fluent, and thank you for your attention.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Very, very, very interesting. Now we have Professor Platias back with us again today after a wonderful discussion last evening. Please.
Well, I'm really overwhelmed to be here in the House of Philosophers and in a panel with philosophers. I'm a strategist, I do public policy, so I belong to a lower phase than the higher plane of the philosophers, that they try to discover the truth. So what I will try to do today is to try to make a bridge between public policy and politics and philosophy. I mean, Professor Thanas has already set the stage by quoting Aristotle, the goal of the theoretical science is the truth, and the goal of the practical science is action. My point is that action follows from philosophical ideas, so the two things are completely together, they are not separate. Okay. And as I said, the philosophers have the beauty to live in their own world, try to discover the truth. In politics, we are dealing with more difficult issues because we must have our hands dirty. So I will talk about the problem of tragic decisions when you're dealing with politics, how you are dealing when you have to have your hands dirty. Okay, let me give a typical international relations example. Nuclear deterrence. In order to maximize nuclear stability, you must create a precondition which is called MAD, mutual assured destruction. In other words, to make yourself vulnerable to retaliation. This goes against the typical international law and just war theory that you're supposed to protect your people. But in order to have the utility of stability, in other words, in order to avoid nuclear war, we have to break the ontological rules. We have to do something that the Catholic Church, just war theory, is prohibiting. So the choices, the tragic choices that we are facing in public policy is sometimes choosing which kind of theoretical system is more appropriate for action. I mean, if we go to the ontological and just war theory, nuclear deterrence, essentially you create situations of strategic instability and you are bringing nuclear war closer. And the issue that I just mentioned has divided the churches. I mean, the Catholic Church and the Protestants come into different conclusions on these issues. Another example, how sometimes in policy you have to get your hands dirty. After September 11, we had kind of sensitivity when airplanes coming to stadiums full of people. So here in Athens, 3 years after September 11, we had the Olympics. And suddenly one plane was directed in the first day of the Olympics in Athens, in the center against the stadium. It was a commercial airliner full of people. What do you do in this case? You let the airplane crash into the stadium and kill 60,000 people, or you take down the plane full of passengers. These type of choices we have to face when you are dealing with politics and public policy. And each choice is tragic. We actually try to fight the lesser evil. So, unlike philosophers that they try to find the truth, we try to discover the lesser evil. Now, Aristotle was aware of these dilemmas. And being a strategist and in political science, I read more his politics rather than his ethics. And in his politics, he makes a clear differentiation between ethical morality of a person and the needs of the community. So Aristotle says, when you are going to pick a general, you don't look about his moral qualities, his ethical qualities. There are a lot of people in the community with ethical qualities. You need to pick the guy that is effective. It reminds me, Deng Xiaoping's black cat, white cat doesn't matter, only if it catches the mouse. That's precisely, that's how I interpret at least the Aristotelian logic. So there are two different logics here. The private logic and the public logic. And already Aristotle is discounting ethics on the public sphere. Now, this issue has been central in political philosophy. For example, Hobbes. Hobbes, based on his analysis of Thucydides, and especially the tragic events on the civil war in Corfu, that he showed that when order and law breaks down, the humans become animals. So Hobbes tried to get us out of this kind of anarchic jungle by creating a Leviathan, an order, a state that imposes order. So according to Hobbes, law and morality exist only when there is a Leviathan, which is when it's an order within states. But at an international level, that there is not a world government, there is no either law or conventions on morality, therefore states try to survive. What Hobbes is saying, that at in the international relations, there's no law, there's no morality. The highest aim is to survive, so no rules. That's one position. Now, the Catholic Church and its tradition with Augustine and just war theory says, no, there are rules. Completely opposite of the position of Hobbes. But if you read carefully, the just war theory will say major exceptions apply. For example, when there is a great emergency. So important philosophers like Michael Walzer will accept the bombing of Dresden because it was public emergency for Churchill, for the UK. So you see, no rules, but even the ones that they say there are rules apply, they make huge exceptions. I mean, even the tragic thing that I demonstrated, it has to do with the soldier of Augustine in the just war. I mean, you have to kill for just war purposes, but still you have to kill. That's a tragic choice. Okay, now we are getting really into dirty hands with Machiavelli. I mean, Machiavelli suggested that when you get into the kitchen, you will get burned. If you don't want to be in politics, stay outside. If you get into the kitchen, you will be burned. And you have to keep your hands dirty. But he said the result may justify your action, but provided the result is successful. That's a very interesting analysis of Machiavelli. You can learn how to be bad in order to do good. But your bad is justified only if you are successful. And therefore it puts the politician in a very risky situation. He takes a risk because if he doesn't succeed, then he has failed and he has doomed morally. So that's the house where Machiavelli is taking us. Now, I think the most interesting or a more interesting solution comes from Weber. Weber distinguishes the ontological ethic of Kant, the duty to follow the rules, versus the duty of your office. Sometimes you have to break the ontological rules, but he makes a caveat. He said, look, I feel guilty when I break the rules. I know that I shouldn't do that. I do it for my community. But at the same time, it's up to a level that my stomach accepts to do it. And I can always resign and get out. I leave somebody else to do the dirty job. That's the solution that Max Weber is giving. So how we get out? Yesterday and today, Professor Sachs suggested how international institutions, international law can help cooperation. From a realist standpoint, the problem with international cooperation has to do with trust. The reason that we get in suboptimal results in the prisoner's dilemma game is that there is no trust. So the issue is how you build institutions when there is no trust. There are two ways to do it. One, Professor Sachs discussed it today, but he didn't like it. It's hegemonic stability. Hegemon imposes order and somehow imposes the rule. And the rule helps cooperation and helps stability. This is the functional equivalent of the Leviathan at the domestic level. But Professor Sachs, if we like the stability that Leviathan is bringing, what is wrong with hegemonic stability if it brings stability to the rest of the world? After all, the long peace after World War II, it was the hegemonic stability that the US brought by building all these international institutions, from the UN to trade, to economic institutions, that brought both stability after World War II, but also extreme development. I mean, look how many millions of people, billions actually, went out of property and created stability. So maybe it's nothing wrong with hegemonic stability. The second solution is also possible. But there, international law and institutions, if cannot be imposed, they have to be agreed. And it's very difficult when you have competing interests to agree. So game theory gives the solution. It's called focal point. The international law and cooperation, it's a focal point that it helps everybody to find the rule when there is no written rule. I think that's the tragic in politics. I mean, we have to accept which of the possibilities, but the realistic possibilities, it has the lesser evil, because the possibilities that I outlined are not perfect, but still they give a solution. And now coming to the end and probably suggesting a theme for next year's conference, I will call it moral realism. I think we have to take from the philosophers, from Thucydides, the realist part. And like Thucydides, try to introduce ethics at a level which is possible in politics, which I call sophrosync, which I call prudence. I mean, prudence is a focal point in politics that could help bring wisdom in this kind of difficult choices that I have outlined. So moral realism is actually what it connects what the philosophers call that there are two different planes, the world of the philosophers and the world of politics. Moral realism is the bridge between them. And all of us that were involved in public policy and in politics, we know that our choices can be always justified by picking the right philosophy. So what we do is apply philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for continuing the discussion and lots of discussion ahead. We'll now have Gary Jacobs, President of the World Academy of Arts and Sciences. Thank you.
When Jeff and Phoebe invited me to this workshop, I had no idea how profound the thought would be and how relevant it would be to the work that we've been doing at the World Academy over the last decade on the global challenges which Jeff so eloquently described to us yesterday and this morning. But I found our discussion and the contributions from all the speakers from different perspectives so very relevant to addressing the challenges that confront us today. About 50 years, a very wise man told me his definition of education, which I have found very helpful in my work. He said, education is the process by which humanity gathers, organizes, and systematically passes on to future generations the knowledge and wisdom gathered over the past, so we don't have to continuously repeat the reinvention of the wheel and all the mistakes we've made in the past. But today, in listening, and the last 3 days, in listening to the discussions here, I was more conscious of what we have forgotten to include in our education today, or rather not forgotten, but consciously eliminated, than what we have included. And I think that has profound relevance to addressing the problems that we're facing. And therefore, those who have envisioned this workshop and the conference next year had a real insight into what the world needs. I'd like to just speak about 3 of the very many important areas that I hope we'll be able to discuss and explore in much greater depth at the conference next year. And before I forget, Jeff, since you talked about the possibility of introducing other thought systems, I would certainly vote for adding India, not to the exclusion of others, but because I think it can also make a profound contribution if that's the decision of the organizers. The first point I wanted to focus is on what we've heard about thinking, or rather the way we think and how we know. And one of the most striking things about the description of ancient Athens and the golden age of Greece was to what extent thinkers were able to work together with not only pure philosophy and abstract ideas. It gave rise to the early birth of science and the focus of mind on the material world, but it also looked to the higher, subtle, subjective dimensions of values, of that which transcends the pure logical and rational, which we call spiritual. And that was that integration, not just the integration of different subjects across disciplines, but the integration of various ways of knowing seemed to have been something quite unique about this period, which we certainly lost in later times. In fact, throughout history, philosophers may be more knowledgeable about it than I am, but I know there are periods in which philosophy was completely discarded by religion or science and factual knowledge, like in the Middle Ages when libraries were closed and books were burned in Europe. And now we have a modern period from the age of the Enlightenment in which philosophy and especially religion or spirituality were deemed irrelevant to knowledge. But all the discussion kept coming back in every session here of how essential it was to find the meeting place, the integration of these three different ways of knowing different aspects of reality that don't lend themselves to condensation. One dimension of that came up this morning in the discussion about the future of education and about the need for interdisciplinarity, or what we call transdisciplinarity. And Phoebe raised a very important and challenging question. Knowing how the educational system is functioning, how do we really effectively introduce interdisciplinarity? And I think, again, I'm marking it as a subject for further discussion rather than something to be resolved in the next few minutes. But I wanted to just put two things on the table. One, it has very much to do with the way we think. And the ancient thinkers thought in a much more holistic way. They were much less analytical. I would say they were more synthetic. They were more integrated in their thinking, whereas the thinking that's prevailed and dominates the world for the last 4 centuries, and if anything is increased by the digital age, is breaking everything up into smaller and smaller pieces and looking at each one as if it's a separate reality. We now have over 1,000 disciplines and sub-disciplines in the US to illustrate this. The fact that we could go for 2 centuries and have an economics that was very largely divorced or considered separate from ecology, or financial economics, which was unrelated to its impact on society and human beings, or on political science, are illustrative of our capacity to be blindsided and narrow-minded, and that certainly poses severe challenges for how we're going to change the very thinking that's being passed on to future generations and to the experts who are running today. So we need a new, I wouldn't say a new type, we need a different type of thinking to be consciously fostered through our educational system. The second one is about the birth of democracy or freedom and harmony in ancient Greece. At a unique moment in history, the society became so prolific, so creative, that the whole, we are enjoying the benefits, the fruits of their creativity and inspiration for 2 millennia. And much of this had to do, a portion of it rather, had to do with the fact that the city-state was a very small entity. Small groups of people who could personally interact with each other and participate in a participative form, early form of democracy, even though it left out the slaves and the women. Size was a portion of it. And we see in a condition in which we managed to give so much freedom to the individual to think and to choose and to participate in the decision-making, how creative the society was. And of course, if you look over the last millennium, we've been trying to find a way to scale up that model of the city-state. If you look through history, the city-states have always been the moments of great creativity, whether it's the Italian Renaissance or the tribes of Israel, or in Arabia or Persia or other places. In India, there were about 5,000 city-states at one time before the British came, all existing in ancient times. So a question that we have to pursue if we're really going to try to move to the future is, how do we scale up from the smallest unit where the individual can be personally involved to not only the nation state, Jeff mentioned very perceptively this morning, 2,000 years we've been trying to evolve nation states, and the best of them are not good enough, and many are still struggling in the process. And now, in order to address these global challenges, the nation state is not enough. We've got to create a sense of we've got to create organization at the global level, law, and so forth, because none of these challenges can be addressed by nation states acting independently or on a bilateral basis. It requires a tremendous strengthening of our multilateral institutions. How are we going to do that without creating a huge bureaucracy of centralized power that deprives freedom at all the lower levels? And that's a big question, and it also is a question that makes Europe and the European experiment so important, because it's really the first place that has gone far in humanity in trying to evolve that further unit to show that very diverse, linguistically, religiously, ethnically, populations who traditionally were at war with each other could come together and fashion a greater system. There's much more to learn from that. How do we scale up the city-state? The best examples we have today are the most prosperous metropolitan areas or places like Silicon Valley. But how can we think of a future organization that brings more people into active contact with the lives, the governance of the lives they're leading? Very challenging thought from which Greece gives us an inspiration, if not an answer. My third point is about the other part of what made the city-state successful was not just its size or its governance structure, but it was the sense of an identity, a sense of a unity within within Athens about we are the Athenians that kept us together. And that's been a big problem in the evolution of the nation state. It's been a big problem to go beyond the local city-state or the regional kingdom to go to a heterogeneous nation state where we have people of different language, different religion, different ethnic background, different cultural heritage, all going together. And that's the challenge before humanity today. How do we create not something to replace the nation state or the prosperous metropolis, but something to supersede it and give us a functioning, much more functional system than we have today? And that's going to require creating a sense of psychological identity at the global level. And I think Jeff mentioned something to this earlier today, among his many interesting comments. How do we transcend all the national differences, religious differences, linguistic differences, cultural differences, to build that identity? And my last comment relates to that, when Jeff went back, I was very happy when he brought back the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, because it was an unprecedented act in the history of humanity. At that time, there were only about 55 states, 55 or 60 states that signed it, because there weren't that many states at that time. The world population of nations was very limited. Now we have 193 plus, so it looked easier, and there were other reasons that he mentioned. But that essentially was talking about universal values. And the theme of values has been permeating our discussions all through the 3 days. Universal values, which are not just logical, and they're not certainly just scientific or material, they're something of a greater inherent value to us at a deeper level than anything just rational. That's been the thing that's bound us together so much. And if we didn't have the multilateral institutions, if we didn't have the Universal Declaration, if we wouldn't have the SDGs today, I'm sure. I think Jeff, a few years ago, said the SDGs were the further embodiment and extension. I thought it was a very perceptive statement. We wouldn't be this far. So we can't afford to back away from the values issue. But we have to do it in a very different way, and not the politicized way, which we heard this morning, which goes on with trade and other things. We have to really take these things as sacred. And I think my last comment will be not a problem, but one example of what we think in the Academy can be done and should be done. The problem with the Universal Declaration, as Jeff said, most people don't even know about it. The problem with the SDGs is that most people don't understand them, or they understand one that's particularly important to them. But the UN has asked us, the Academy, to work with them on devising a campaign. How do you take this message? The multilateral system exists for all humanity and all the world. It's for everybody. It's inclusive. But that's not what the polls show. People don't perceive it that way. How do we convert the language of 17 SDGs and 6 transformations, which Phoebe talked about, into a language which is personal to everybody, which resonates with everybody? And the line we're pursuing, there may be many answers to this, but the one we're pursuing now with the UN is the theme of human security. And the UN asked us to do this. We did a survey of NGOs and member states and scientists and universities and academies. What is human security? Nobody really knows except the diplomats, because it was written in the UN resolutions and everything. But if you ask people, if you ask the common man what human security means to him or her, it means safety on the street, or it means healthy drinking water, or sufficient food, or access to jobs, certainly in employment, education. It means all the things that are included in the 6 transformations in the 17 SDGs. So we need to find a way to talk to the world population in a language that people understand, not just the governments or the scientists or even the business community. And that's at least part of the magic that needs to happen if we're going to get the humanity behind this quest. Everything that the UN or the world, that the SDSN is doing, is for the people of the world. How do we engage them? How do we communicate to them that this is for them? And building up this global collaboration is essential for the future of their children and those who come afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have covered 3,000 years in 3 days. But we ended with a series of questions, which is good because we have something to do for next year to continue to try to answer these questions. Gary ended with the issue of human security, which touches me because one of my discussions about human security was with the leader of the government that most promoted that concept, Japan, with Prime Minister Abe, who was assassinated today. We've had a spate of violence that is not only in the countries where we expect violence, but in the last week or 10 days in Norway, in Denmark, and in Japan, 3 of the safest countries in the world, all shocking killings. We need more than ever to find a way out of aggression. And the aggression seems to be an epidemic right now. So we have our work cut out for us, and the world has real challenges. We have had a remarkable discussion, and nobody will summarize this other than what Phoebe and I will attempt to do in the coming week and share with you, so that it won't be the rich summary, but it will be our statement of the meeting and our guide for the symposium next year. We are right exactly at 5 p.m. And so I call for 1 minute. Sorry. Wonderful. Beautiful, thank you so much. And it's globeethics.net. Globeethics.net. Colleagues, we are adjourned, and Phoebe will give us our instructions for the evening.
As you go out of this room, turn left, there is a book. And if you have a comment or a note for the Academy, please write it. We keep note of people that come here because all of the people that come here are important. If you go further down the corridor, you will find an exhibition on the 1821 revolution, the Greek revolution that led to the national state of Greece. It's interesting, you can have a look. And at 8 o'clock, we expect you all for dinner at the Goulandris Natural History Museum, where you will have a guided tour at the only climate change exhibition in the country, and also the only private natural history museum in the world. We expect you all there. 7:15 is the bus. Jesse, please give the details of the bus.